Let's look at this. Peace, 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 high five. Yeah, we're gonna look into the Black Power movement or RBG, or whatever that stuff is, where they be saying boots on the ground. Is it real? Is it superficial? What's going on with that? Who are they? Who are we fighting? Are we winning? When are we gonna fight poverty? You dig? That's what I want to fight. So you know how I do. Let me put the so right now I'm just pasting the link. It's gonna be, well, I'm not gonna be on live all night, but you know, the panelists can take over and you know, take it to the morning. But I know I'm gonna be knocked out. Okay. So let me go ahead and post it a couple people. Then I'm gonna get started. Nah, yeah, no. Nothing tonight. Man, I went to bed late. I didn't go live last night, but I went to bed late anyway. So, and you know, I was doing my online class today. I was dozing off like a mug. I said, you know what? I gotta get some sleep because I ain't trying to be extra sleepy tomorrow. Yeah, so nothing tonight. Oh my God. This alpha male, beta male stuff is making me laugh. Yeah, guys be trying to be alpha males can't lead nobody, their own family, their own household, their own hood, nothing. But they in the alpha male somehow. I be howling. Like my boy think he's a alpha male just because he's big in size. Like, dude, are you serious? That's that Wakanda stuff. You know, you fight for the king shit no matter how dumb you are. If you win, dumb as you are, but if you win, you could lead an advanced nation like that. That's how my boy thinks. All right, so I'm sending. No. Oh my God. Are you serious? You can't be a class reductionist. What the hell is that? What's a class reductionist? What's a class reductionist? I need to know. A class reductionist. If you pulled up and you don't hear any noise, that's because I'm over here sending a link. And for some reason, when I send a link, I gotta be like concentrated. I don't know. I don't know why. But yeah, so we're gonna deal with Black Power because I think we all have different opinions and definitions of Black Power, really. Because what I've been hearing, especially last night, when Taharka interviewed those brothers and sisters, I mean, I wish I could play the whole video, but I'm gonna try to play as much as possible without getting a flag from Taharka. But I was totally confused because apparently Black Power can't get out of Black Power way. And then I'd be hearing things like they got to go fight Whitey. I'm like, who the hell is Whitey? And then they say it's the feds. I'm like, who? The feds? So you got war with the feds, and then it's the devils. I'm like, Yakub devil? Yes, I don't know. We're always when they say devils, when those RBG, when they said devils, were they referring to Yakub devils? Because I'm gonna need to come on a panel and we got to discuss that. Because maybe they should say Yakub and his devils. That title snack. Oh, so let me throw the link in there, just in case anybody. This is like, you know, we're gonna deal with Taharka's live stream, not him, but his guests. His guests. And you know, I'm gonna play some of the stuff. that was spoken yesterday, and we going to comment on it, give commentary, like a reaction video. That's what we're doing tonight. Tonight we're doing a reaction video. And pass the link to a few people because they seem interested. They said send the link. They don't mind talking about it. So that's what I'm doing right now. Do you think Chief X would be interested in this subject? Where's 2P's been at? New Black Order. New Black World Order. Peace. Yeah, you definitely got to hop on. This is something right up your alley. Asiatic Lion. Is that who I think it is? Peace, Decent. Where is Movie Guy? He said you can't be a class reductionist. TX. Yeah, y'all are hilarious. Yeah, my man. Oh yeah. That's Perry Mason, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I was just like, I just sent you a. Yeah, I had just sent you a link just now. I thought about you. Did you get a chance to watch Taharka Bey live last night?
I don't watch the Harker Bay.
Yeah, okay.
I only watch Sonetta and Pseudo Killers.
Okay. Because he was interviewing. You ever heard of Pan Sock? You ever heard of that? Pan Sock? I think his signal failed. So I think he was interviewing ex-members of Pan Sock. I have no idea what Pan Sock is. Like I learned about that. And the guy actually explained it. He said Pan means, of course, Pan. And then the sock, that might have been an acronym. I don't know. Like I missed it. I was driving. So I didn't really catch the sock part. I could try to guess the acronym. Well, Jared, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Kathy Edwards. So a couple more people, then we're out. There's a lot of scams online, though. It's crazy. Oh, let me see if DJ Focus. He's boycotting right now. He said he gonna create his own panel. He's mad at me. So what I'm gonna do is one of these days of the week, I'm gonna replay DJ Focus and because he claims that I am muting him. He claims that I'm not letting him talk. He talks 80% of the time, more than anybody else, but somehow we're not letting him talk. So yeah. So I said, then I said, because when I went over it with his brother, because he told his brother all type of craziness. So when I skimmed through it with his brother, all we caught is him wilding and everybody else in their best behavior. All right. Yeah, you guys are funny. All right. So what do I have up? What am I looking at? Okay, so we always hear marijuana is legalized, but it's also illegal. You know what I mean? So I'm like, wait, is it legal or illegal? Well, it's legal, but it's illegal. Okay, explain. Yeah, the state legalized it, but the federal government still make it illegal. Okay, so it's legal and illegal. Nah, see, wait, but the government reigns supreme over everything. So anyway, so I said, let me look into it. I'm starting, when black, I don't know, like these dudes smoke all day and sell it. I'm like, yo, y'all should at least know what's going on. State marijuana legalization and federal drug law. A brief overview for Congress. So let's see what's going on here. I got this baby font. Are you kidding me? On May 21st, 2020, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam signed legislation decriminalizing the possession of marijuana under Virginia state law. Under the new Virginia law, possession of up to an ounce of marijuana will be punishable by a civil penalty of no more than $25. The new statute does not make marijuana possession legal. Instead, individuals who possess small amounts of marijuana for personal use will no longer face jail time under state law. Got it? Another Virginia statute enacted in 2020 permits the possession of certain cannabis-derived products for medical purposes. Virginia is one of a number of states that in recent years have relaxed criminal prohibitions on the production, distribution, and possession of cannabis. Following these changes to state law, medical and recreational cannabis businesses have begun operating openly in some parts of the United States. New outlets reporting recent changes to state marijuana laws often broadly refer to such efforts as either decriminalizing or legalizing marijuana. So I guess it's decriminalizing, with some reports suggesting that cannabis businesses that comply with state law are legal, quote unquote. However, news reports rarely define those terms or consider the interplay between state and federal law. In fact, many cannabis-related activities that comply with the state law may nonetheless violate the Federal Controlled Substances Act, CSA. In light of recent changes to state marijuana regulation, this sidebar provides background on the primary legal regimes that apply to cannabis with a focus on the divergence between federal and state-controlled substance law. It then briefly discusses the legal consequences of the status of cannabis under the CSA Controlled Substances Act and outlines certain related considerations for Congress. Okay. The plant cannabis or classifying cannabis under federal law. The plant cannabis sativa L products. A lot of damn reading. Okay, so let me go right to, let's see what Wikipedia talking about. The use, sale, and possession of cannabis over 0.3% THC in the United States despite laws in many states permitting it under various circumstances, is illegal under federal law. So now you got to know which cannabis is illegal. The use, that means recreational, sale, and possession of cannabis over 0.3% THC in the United States, that cannabis is illegal. So they could test it. As a Schedule 1 drug under the Federal Controlled Substances Act, CSA, of 1970, cannabis over 0.3% THC, legal term marijuana, is considered to have no accepted medical use. So the cannabis that's over 0.3% THC is quoted to have no accepted medical use. Okay, and have a high potential for abuse and physical or psychological dependence. Okay, so that's, they look at, the THC that's stronger than 3% as a Schedule 1 drug, highly addictive, on some crack cocaine type stuff. Okay. Cannabis use is illegal for any reason with the exception of FDA-approved research programs. However, individual states have enacted legislation permitting exemptions for various uses, including medical, industrial, and recreational use. What did states do? They enacted legislation permitting exemptions. The exemptions, right? Cannabis for industrial uses, hemp, was made illegal to grow without a permit under the Controlled Substances Act because of its relationship to cannabis, a drug. And any imported products must adhere to a zero tolerance policy. The Agriculture Act of 2014 allows for universities and state level departments of agriculture to cultivate cannabis for research into its industrial potential. In December 2018, hemp was permitted to be grown in the United States under federal law after Hemp Farming Act was included in the past 2018 Farm Bill. A psychoactive drug, cannabis continues to find extensive favor among recreational and medical users in the United States. As of 2021, 18 states, 2 U.S. territories, and the District of Columbia have legalized recreational use of cannabis. 36 states, 4 U.S. territories, and D.C. have legalized medical use of the drug. Multiple efforts to reschedule cannabis under the Controlled Substances Act have failed. They're trying to get from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2, Schedule 3. So with my background, pharmaceuticals, Schedule 1 is the highly addictive stuff, Percocets, that type of stuff. Schedule 2 would be like psychotic, like drugs that they give like somebody who's a psychiatric patient. And I think 3 is it's like kidney drugs, like stuff that's not highly addictive at all. If I can remember, right? Anyway, that's why it's been failing. And the United States Supreme Court has ruled in United States versus Oakland Cannabis Cooperative 2001 and Gonzalez versus 2005 that the federal government has a right to regulate and criminalize cannabis, whether medical or recreational. Okay, there you go. As a result, cannabis dispensaries are licensed by each state. These businesses sell cannabis products that have not been approved by the U.S. FDA and drug. Now, the vaccine gotta be approved by the FDA. Well, your cannabis ain't FDA approved. No, legally registered with the federal government to sell controlled substances. Although cannabis has not been approved, the FDA recognizes the potential benefits and has approved 2 drugs that contain components of marijuana. Sounds like emergency authorization. The ability of states to implement cannabis legalization policies was weakened after U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions rescinded the Cole Memorandum on January 4th, 2018, and issued a new memo instructing U.S. attorneys to enforce federal law related to marijuana. The Cole memo, issued by former Deputy Attorney General James Cole in 2013, urged federal prosecutors to refrain from targeting state legal marijuana operations. Regarding the medical use of cannabis, the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment still remains in effect to protect state legal medical cannabis activities from enforcement of federal law. So that's what's going on. Okay, they're protecting state legal medical cannabis activities from enforcement of federal law. Right, so you're trying to say back off. I'm going to skip to just that. Okay. Skip that. Usage, ain't worry about that. Legality. Okay, so we read some of this already. Despite this federal prohibition, some state and local governments established laws attempting to decriminalize cannabis, which has reduced the number of simple possession offenders sent to jail, since federal law enforcement rarely targets individuals directly for such relatively minor offenses. Other state and local governments ask law enforcement, look what they do. So listen carefully. Other state and local governments ask law enforcement agencies to limit, go easy, enforcement of drug laws with respect to cannabis. However, under the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution, federal law preempts conflicting state and local laws. That's what I said earlier. Federal laws supersede those things. Okay, in most cases, the absence of state law does not present a preemption conflict with a federal law. The federal government criminalized marijuana under the Interstate Commerce Clause, and the application of these laws to interstate commerce were addressed squarely by the U.S. Supreme Court and Gonzalez versus Race 352 F3D 1222 in 2005. Obama, y'all saying Obama ain't do nothing. I hope you don't smoke weed because he did something for you. In January 2009, President Barack Obama's transition team organized a poll to clarify some of the top issues the American public wants to have his administration to look into. And 2 of the top 10 ideas were to legalize. Obama wanted to do what? Obama said he wanted to legalize the use of cannabis. In 2009, Jill Kerlowsk, director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, clarified the federal government's position when he stated that marijuana is dangerous and has no medicinal benefit, and that legalization is not in the president's vocabulary and it's not in mind. However, a January 2010 settlement between the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, a settlement, okay, between the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration and the Women's Alliance for Medical Marijuana, WAMM, provided an example confirming the administration policy was as communicated by Attorney General Eric Holder. That guy looks black. As WAMM reached an agreement. So they reached an agreement that allowed them to reopen after being shut down by the federal government in 2002. So they reached agreement. They was able to open up. So I guess they won. Following the 2012 presidential election, the Office of National Drug Control Policy under the Obama administration stated that it steadfastly opposes legalization of marijuana and other drugs because legalization would increase the availability and use of illicit drugs and pose significant health and safety risks. In February 2014, the administration issued guidelines to banks for conducting transactions with legal marijuana sellers so these new businesses can stash away savings, make payroll, and pay taxes like any other enterprise. However, marijuana businesses still lack access to banks and credit unions due to Federal Reserve regulations. So this is good for some people. On August 29, 2013, the Justice Department adopted a new policy, a new one, known as the Code Memo regarding the enforcement of federal law in states that have legalized non-medical cannabis. The policy specified that commercial distribution of cannabis would be generally tolerated, not illegal, not legalized, but tolerated, except in certain circumstances. Which ones? Such as if violence or firearms are involved. The proceeds go to gangs and cartels, or if the cannabis is distributed to states where it is illegal. So there you go. That will not be generally tolerated. On December 11, 2014, the Department of Justice told U.S. attorneys to allow Native American tribes on reservations to grow and sell marijuana, even in states where it was illegal. The policy will be implemented on a case-by-case basis, and tribes must still follow federal government guidelines. On May 30th, 2014, the United States House of Representatives passed the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment, prohibiting the Justice Department from spending funds to do what? Interfere with the implementation of state medical marijuana laws. The amendment became law in December 2014 and must be renewed each year in order to remain in effect. So it must be renewed each year, telling people, law enforcement, to back off, federal government back off, trying to enforce federal law on marijuana. On March 10, 2015, U.S. Senators Rand Paul, Kristen Gillibrand, and Cory Booker introduced the Compassionate Access Research, Research Expansion and Research States Act, or Careers Act, or CARES Act. The bipartisan bill would move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2 of the Controlled Substances Act, and that'll be big. This would allow states with medical cannabis laws to legally prescribe it and allow for much easier research into its medical efficacy. The bill will also allow grow sites besides the University of Mississippi, which had long been the sole supplier of cannabis for academic research, to supply cannabis for study. That's Southern state. The Food and Drug Administration has approved two. What did they approve? Two synthetic. For y'all naturalists, it ain't natural. Synthetic cannabis drugs for treating cancer and other medical issues. The federal government of the United States continues to argue that smoked cannabis, okay, that's edibles on count, herbs, has no recognized medical purpose, pointing to a definition of medical purpose published by the DEA, not the Food and Drug Administration, the National Institutes of Health, the Centers of Disease Control, CDC, NIH, or the Office of the U.S. Surgeon General and the U.S. Public Health Service. Many officials point to the difficulty of regulating dosage of cannabis, a problem for treatment as well as research. Despite the availability in Canada and the United Kingdom of dosage-controlled Sativex, the United States has also pressured other governments, especially Canada and Mexico, with its shared borders, to retain restrictions on marijuana. I'm almost done. On 2004, on January 4th, 2018, the code memo was rescinded by Attorney General Jeff Sessions, restoring the ability of U.S. attorneys to enforce federal law in states that have legalized non-medical cannabis. I already read that. On December 20th, 2018, your President Donald Trump signed the Farm Bill, which descheduled hemp, making cannabis under 0.3% THC legal once again. There you Trump, he's trying to make America great. The law may have inadvertently allowed cultivation of hemp plants with high levels of Delta 8 THC, which is also a psychoactive and has since become more popular recreationally across the U.S. So this psychoactive one, yeah, that's what everybody rocking, I guess. In February 2019, 3 researchers used MedMen as a case study to illustrate their concerns with marijuana companies' marketing practices. The authors criticized MedMen's use of health claims without health warnings and their appeals to youth, like the cigarette companies back in the day. They called for federal regulators to investigate the marketing practices of MedMen and other U.S.-based marijuana companies. In June 2021, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas stated that a prohibition on interstate use of cultivation of marijuana may no longer be necessary or proper to support the federal government's piecemeal approach, criticizing the federal government's half-in, half-out regime that simultaneously tolerates and forbids local use of marijuana. So that's your is legal, but is illegal rhetoric. So I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna post the link in the chat. I would hope that whoever's into this will be educated on it, at least know more than me, because I don't even smoke, so I should not know more than you. All right, so the rest, I'm not gonna read this right here. Hey, me see. I guess there's only a little bit left. All right, states. In 1973, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize cannabis. And in 2012, Colorado and Washington became the first states to legalize recreational use. We heard about the Colorado thing for sure. As of June 2021, 18 states, Alaska, Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Montana, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington, the District of Columbia, the Northern Mariana Islands, and Guam have legalized recreational use of cannabis, with all but DC having legalized its commercial sale. Another 13 states plus the U.S. Virgin Islands are considered to have decriminalized cannabis. In 1996, California became the first state to legalize the medical use of cannabis when voters approved Proposition 215. As of November 2020, 36 states, 4 out of 5 permanently inhabited U.S. territories, and the District of Columbia have legalized medical cannabis. 12 other states have more restricted laws limiting THC content for the purpose of allowing access to products that are rich in cannabidiol, CBD, a non-psychoactive component of cannabis. So they allow 2 states limiting THC. Okay, limiting. All right, so that's it. So I had to read that because we kept hearing about, is it legal, is it illegal? So I hope that helps some people out. All right, so peace. Did you fix you want your name changed on the panel?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Put it as Perry Mason.
I got it.
Right on.
So I was asking you, have you heard of Ponsac?
Ponsac, what is that?
I had no idea. It's something that was it's a group, I guess a gun group that they was talking about on that show, the Target thing show.
I'll say one thing. I'm a theoretician. I like to use my words and what I like to write to get my point across, you know.
Okay.
I'm a historian. I don't like to use violence.
Okay, I got you.
That's not my fight, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so would you be somebody that's against the Second Amendment?
No, it's not anything about like the Second Amendment to me. It's just that that's not, you know, that's not my strength, you know. I'm not like a violent type of person. I'm more of an intellectual. Like, let me give an example.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched Game of Thrones?
No. I
Okay.
think everybody and mother watched it but me.
Okay, but there's a character in Game of Thrones who I'm like very similar to. And his name is Tyrion Lannister. And he's like kind of the smartest man in Westeros because he's, you know, he reads books a lot.
Okay.
And he says a line in there that kind of sums up my philosophy. He says there was a character who says to him, "Why do you read so much?" And Tyrion replies to him, "My brother has a sword and I have my mind. A mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone. That's why I read so much." And you know, it's not my thing, you know.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so some of what we're going to be dealing with will be that, you know, because I'm sure you're aware of, you know, Black folks that believe that the gun is everything, you know, kind of like how some of those extremists, like white people, are with their militia groups. Like the gun is everything, you know. So,
Well, I mean, when you look at, you know, historically speaking, well, not even historically speaking, but are you familiar with the phrase "power flows through the barrel of a gun"?
yeah,
Yep. I mean, that is, when you think about it, that is kind of real. But like, because you know, someone could be like, you know what, forget the election. You know, we're gonna raid the capital and.
Yeah, right.
But we also have to be careful of people. And I like how you kind of use the like Black Lives Matter or Black Power, right?
Yeah.
We also have to be aware of people that the Black Panther Party would call customistic. These are people who just want to put things in, who just want to go out there and fight the system, with no adequate plan,
Hmm.
no adequate nothing. And then in turn, if we look at the basic thing of General Custer tried to run up on a Native American village without no plan and he got messed up. So, we got to watch those people that are Custeristic.
Yeah, nah, brother, I think I'm glad you said that. And I'm gonna need you to say that word again later. But brother, I think that's who's joining these militias. Those people, like they just want to, they just, I don't know, man. Like they just rather just fight somebody, you know.
Like those are the people that's gonna get us, messed up. Because honestly, if I guarantee if someone was to press them enough, like what's the plan?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
like you mentioned like at the beginning of the show. Okay, because we gotta like if you're like an intellectual and you really about their life, you gotta have all this stuff planned out.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if we look at like revolutions, because that's not like the study, like that's what I'm like reading right now. It's like revolutions, pragmatic, being pragmatic, meaning looking at the world at how it is rather than how it should be. Man, people like Fidel Castro and all them cats had plans.
Right.
The Black Panthers had plans.
Right.
They had required reading lists that you had to read. Like Mao Zedong had a plan.
Right. Right.
All these people had plans. You just out there with a Kevlar and a M4 and you think you're doing something, you're gonna get messed up.
Right. Great point, man. Great point. Just looking like the part.
Yeah.
Um, and that's why. But and this does not speak for all of them, right? So I'm just speaking to the ones that like the most radical ones, of course. Um, you hear them say boots on the ground, like okay, what does that mean, right? Because they say that and that's supposed to mean something to it's code words. But I'm like, what? No, you got to tell me, like you said, intellectuals. No, explain what that means, boots on the ground. Like, what does that mean? Just because you run around causing trouble, that's not what I depict as something positive or progression for us. And then secondly, they say we're fighting. I keep hearing the word fighting. As I play the video, you're gonna hear that. We're fighting. And I kept asking, fighting who? So then I hear
Those are the type. Oh, I'm sorry.
then I hear three things they're fighting. The feds, like feds, what? And then I hear Whitey. So when I hear Whitey, my question is, all white people you're fighting? And then I hear the devil. So I'm like, you talking about Yaku's devil? Like, like, so it's all vague talking points and nothing specific. Like, like you said, what's the plan? Tell me who directly are you talking about?
This is when contrarianism actually works because we have to ask those questions. Because I'm gonna tell you this. You know what Kwame Nkrumah says? He says, thought without practice is empty, and action without thought is blind.
Yeah, I heard that before.
Thought without practice is empty, and action without thought is blind. So if they like, I would pretty much ask them to really fumble them is what's the political what's the political theory that you all are gonna be using? Is it going to be, as the Black Panther Party would say, because this was their philosophy? If you read Black Activism by Robert Bresbane, that was part of that other long comment I gave you on pseudo killers.
Yeah.
The Black Panthers moniker was, we are interpreting 400 years of slavery and Jim Crow through the lenses of Marxism Leninism. This is why when you study the Black Panther Party, they're not only talking about race, but they're also talking about that we need to talk about class as well. because those are the two problems in America. W.B. Du Bois would say that the biggest problem in America will forever be the color line. But then we also have to talk about class as well. So what's the political theory you're using? That's number one. And then boots on the ground don't even mean you out there with the Kevlar vest and the weapon. Boots on the ground could be you're passing out like petitions, right?
Yeah,
Like we need a certain program at a school, or because boots on the ground mean that you're talking to the regular people, the
right.
people who are not college educated, the regular black people who will never ever get to leave their neighborhoods. And then you're talking to them, trying to give them certain information so they could come to your organization or something and bring manpower. Boots on the ground don't have nothing to do with picking up no weapon. Get what I mean?
Yeah,
So I mean, you just can't really be listening to them cats, you know.
yeah. We hear a lot, and we like you mentioned the Black Panthers, the original Black Panthers. They also was proponents of the Constitution, and like I don't hear these new Black Panther people pushing the Constitution as heavy as the original the original Black Panthers. They stayed pushing that Constitution because they knew that that was something that law enforcement was supposed to respect and not violate. So they had that up in front, and they knew that damn thing. They was real educated on the Constitution, which is very important. You got to know your rights. If you're out there acting a fool, you want to know what's going on, because when I play some of the show, you're gonna hear people saying they was locked up, and again, like they think like, okay, because Whitey, or did that? Oh, I forgot. I heard pigs too. So I heard last night. I heard feds. I heard pigs. I heard Whitey. I heard devils. Okay. So anyway,
You just have to. I mean, you don't really take people like that seriously. Mao Zedong calls these people paper tigers, and a paper tiger, that basically, it's a Chinese saying in which it means you look intimidating, right?
yeah.
But in turn, you're ineffectual.
Hmm.
So but they haven't read Mao Zedong or Eldridge Cleaver. So you can tell if a person is like you can tell if a person is you can tell someone reads by the things that they say.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Facts.
And if they sounding crazy, that means that's just, that's anger talking. That's not planning.
I agree 100%. Anger and emotions.
Yeah, anger and emotions, that helps when you're on, the battlefield and such, but uh it's not really it's not something that we should be going on right now.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Oh, so I was going to say this. So that, so because the pigs are the devil and the pigs are the feds, I guess. So all law enforcement, is just evil. So when a Black person get arrested, it's automatically like something nefarious, something illegal, a violation of your rights. And that's how they picture it. And you might be serving crack, but the fact that you got arrested, you're able to justify in those groups by saying, the pigs, they put crack on me. They set me up. So I see it being used like that as well.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Yeah. So hold on 1 second, please. Yeah, go ahead, Sosa, or answer the door.
What's up, Sosa?
Ain't much, man. I'm about to be to the house in a second and shit. I'm on the road. I heard y'all on. Yeah, man. I seen through that like little, like I bang on all of that shit though. The whole pro-black Pan-African movement, like I bang on all of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I think they misrepresented it the way it was. You know what I'm saying? They've taken it
Yeah,
and like bastardized it. You know what I mean? Turn it into like a hustle. You know what I mean? Like no direction. You know, I think like half of them they don't even got no Pan African agenda. I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? One person want to overthrow the government. They think, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's no organization, man. There's no aim. You know what I mean? It's just
it's anger.
like a label to use without any purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yo,
you get people messed up doing that with no organization and no plan. Vladimir Lenin, he says that revolutions must always be launched under favorable conditions. So like it might not be the time period, and that's
yeah.
very important too.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of them will say, ain't nothing ever get changed without bloodshed, right? They love that line. Well, that's just an excuse. You know what I'm saying? Because that's an excuse because they know they ain't gonna do that. And why would that would even make sense mathematically based on our numbers? Even try that shit. Saying like
Yeah, I
I
hear
can't
what you're saying.
comprehend on no level. A lot of times they anti government, so they don't want to get into politics. They don't vote, right? They have no way to change the community in terms of politics. They anti-science. You know what I'm saying? Just all backwards, man. All backwards. I
I
mean,
mean, which ones are
want to police the
anti-science?
neighborhood? Like you want to police your neighborhoods, bro? Become police officers. That's the only way you can do it. Otherwise, some Negroes walk around like I can't. If you go to rob somebody, I can't just go shoot you. I'm policing my neighborhood. Nah, then I'm gonna be locked up until they sort that out. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying. Otherwise, become cops. But there's a taboo on black people becoming cops. So it's like just flawed way of thinking for me.
I mean, that's your perspective on like the cop part, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, man. You gotta have you gotta have black police in your neighborhood. If that's what if you're hoping to police your own neighborhood, you gotta have black police officers, bro. You know what I'm saying? People that are ingrained in the neighborhood, people you grow up with. Shit, what up, Tony? You know what I'm saying? That means something. Hey, listen, man. I'll take them, man. Don't make me take you to jail, but listen, I'm gonna call your grandmama. You understand me? That's what you need in terms of policing your neighborhood to where you can have some type of effect, to where where there's a connection there. Like, I mean, look, man, man, I went to school with your mama. You know what I'm saying? That type of tie. You know what I'm saying? That way you ain't looking to just lock a brother up every little infraction. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to help him. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you don't have that type of, you ain't building that, then it's not gonna be there. It's gonna be just the way it is.
Hmm.
Pull up just a sec.
Hmm.
I don't want to reading books.
You said what?
You can pick you some science books up too, nigga.
Yeah, science is not. I
Oh,
mean, it
man.
doesn't interest. It don't really interest me. That's why I just be listening to Aunt when he be talking about it. That ain't my field.
Yeah. The thing you talk a lot of. Psychology is a soft science, and a lot of stuff
Nah,
you talking that philosophy, all that shit's laced in psychology, sociology. You know what I'm saying? Like a
I
little bit of
just,
that go a long way.
I mean, science, it's not my thing. I'm a historian. I study how human beings operate under certain environments and certain people. Science is just
That's science, bro. That's psychology. That's what psychology, that's what evolutionary psychology is, a social psychology. How people react under certain circumstances. What drives that behavior? You know what I'm saying? Like all
I
that.
let I let the experts like and them talk about that. I mean, I'm being serious. That's one of the first things of being a scholar right there is knowing the things you don't know.
Yeah. But
I
I
mean,
don't
I'm
believe
not
nothing.
anti-science or anything, but it's not anything that I will be good at contributing.
Yeah, you know, with me, I gotta verify myself, so I gotta know something about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I went through that struggle coming up, picking up them books, trusting my peoples. You know what I'm saying? Sure, it's gotta be good information. It's in the book. You know what I'm saying? This man is he had a degree. Shit. It got me so many times. I'm like, shit, no more.
Science. Only thing I know about science is like the basic evolution. That's it. But history though, I'm really good at that.
Yeah, a little sociology ain't hurt though. That's still be a little lame. I mean, you already kind of the way you talking though. You already kind of that. You just don't realize it, but that's what you be doing. When we talk about this guy says this. You talk about different philosophies.
That's like I'm mainly like a history major. So like history is just it's a research degree, as I like to tell people all the time. And just proper methodology. Learning how human societies operate. And then there are certain fields that you can get into that you can study.
Yeah, I can dig.
Because
I feel that.
hmm,
I can feel that. Like I said, I like history too. I think I don't like it. I do.
some people they believe that you got to have a degree in order to be a historian. That's not true either.
Nah.
Like that'd be crazy. I'd be like, you don't need no degree. For real, for real.
Yeah, they'll say, who feet have you set under? You know,
See, that
I
was
said at the
terrible.
feet.
That that's terrible that he honestly does that. And I got, respect for old dude, but it's like, I mean, see, if I were to be on like, old dude show and be like, but I'd be real with him. I'd be like, but brother, so and so, right? Like Dr. Clark, I mean, well, he did have a degree towards in his life. Hunter College actually gave him professor emeritus and stuff
Yeah,
like that at Hunter College. So that's like the highest, that you can go as a, professor, as a PhD, Dr.
yeah,
Clark was given that by Hunter College, but I would reply to, so and so that Dr. Clark didn't have a degree for a very long time, but Arthur Schomburg had taught him proper methodology. So,
yeah,
you can't, and then, he's professor emeritus. But, we also got to keep in mind he came out of a different time period, but Dr. Clark didn't have one towards the end of his life.
yeah. I saw a little brief debate with him and Dr. West Cornelius
Uh,
Cornell. I
uh,
mean,
yeah, Cornell West. See, I
yeah.
like that debate too because it was rather respectful. Like Cornell West, he
You could see
talked
like
about,
he kind of bowed to him a little bit.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Cornell.
yeah,
Hmm.
he recognized, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, degree, let it or not, this man is my equal, or I learned from him. You know what I'm saying? That was deep. That was cool to see.
Yeah, like that's the thing I kind of like too is just that like And keep in mind, you know, Cornell was getting Dr. Clark, right?
Yeah.
On some points, like concerning integration. But the thing that made Dr. Clark win, and a lot of people don't like talking about this, but Dr. Clark was real. He was real streetwise. He started off as a street speaker, you know, kind of like what Sinetta was doing. So when you have that type of training, even Malcolm X was, you know, a street cat too. When you
Yeah.
have that type of training where you speaking to the regular folks, you know, on the street, your way of breaking stuff down and intellectualizing it is easy to digest to where the intellectual in the Eiffel Tower can understand what you're saying, and the intellectual and the regular black person on the street can understand what you're saying. But you know, that's what made Dr. Clark win that debate, in my opinion. But you know, the
Yeah.
training was different.
Definitely, it was a good. It was a good debate, though. Good debate.
Yeah, and like, you know, also with like even the craft of history, all you have to also have is a decent memory.
Right. First and foremost.
Like Garfield, like I be on Brother Garfield channel a lot. Garfield, he has one of the most like encyclopedic minds when it comes to the Middle East and the biblical literature, period, to where I'm just blown away. Like Garfield is a beast. And the fact that he doesn't even have a master's degree, and people, they don't know about this, but in order for you to become a scholar in the field of whatever you're trying to study, you have to have a master's, and Garfield don't have that. But you know, when he wrote that book out, he said other PhDs want to read his book, and that's a huge accomplishment, you know?
Yeah. He go over that a lot too. You know what I'm saying? That's you got to stay with it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
yeah, you
Gotta,
know, he deals specifically with that. So, and I noticed that too. Like because it helps you. In some ways, you're repetitive,
Oh yeah.
but it tattoos into your memory.
Oh yeah. That's the best way to memorize and learn is over and over. That's practice. That's anything in life. Practice. Doing the same thing over and over and over.
Oh,
And you're gonna definitely know that.
right?
And
Like,
then you
mhm.
practice by always discussing it. You know what I mean? That's the main thing. Of course, you're gonna be pretty good at, you know, off the top of your head, you're gonna be able to just spit it out.
right. 'Cause I be noticing a lot of folks, right? When you
Right.
see it like that when you look back, you're like, damn, they've been talking about this shit for a long time. Like they don't have this like they're so fluid with it.
Yeah.
And know all the nuance because I had a conversation so many times. There's very little angles you can come at that nobody hadn't thrown at them yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it takes a lot of like practice, and I also think you have to really love what you're reading too. You have to love the craft itself
Oh,
because you know,
yeah, you got to pick something you like for me, like psychology, like that for me. Even when I wasn't on YouTube, always that's just what I did. And if I stopped, I would still do it. Like I would never stop doing that, no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know who you should check out since you like psychology so much, King Sosa.
What was that?
You should buy all of France Fanon's works. It's France Fanon was required reading for the Black Panther Party, and all of his works deal with colonized people under oppression, and those are
I'll
like
check.
really excellent works.
I'll check.
The Wretched of the Earth.
I try
Yeah,
to go forward though. I try not to pull too much. I try not to go back too far. I try to be forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
I'm an
have to.
evolutionary psychologist, so I'm into like
Mhm.
I want to have my own identity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want to pull from somebody else, and then now I'm like a parrot of somebody else. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I know, but the thing is
but
though,
I feel I received that though. I ain't tripping. I received.
You still should look back to the past a little bit, so
Yeah,
you would
like,
know
yeah,
what
yeah. I
to
don't
do
try
with
to go
today.
back too far. I try not to go back too far.
But
Yeah,
there's some works that still stand up. As Dr. Clark would say, all history is a current event.
yeah, because I came up reading all, Clark, Sugar and the Joke.
Yeah, I know.
So, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, man, I want to just, you know what I mean? And the stuff got to be evolutionary mind. It got to be some type of evolutionary thinking. You know what I mean? But no, but I feel that though. I'm gonna look into that.
This is what you should
I
do in
might be
order to
grabbing
be
a PDF
forward.
drive.
I'm sorry. This is what you should do if you want to be forward minded. You still read the books from the past, right? But you try to amalgamate it into modern times. That's what you do. You pick the things that was written that can still be used, whether it be like a paragraph or anything, and you try to apply that to what's going on now. That's what you do. And then if you get to the point to where you have a grasp of like how to mix both of those together, then you can build off, write your own ideas.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, I like my love fluctuates. So, but it's definitely been like in specific sciences. Like I love chemistry, and I can't even say biology as a whole. I just like the vaccine virus part of it. That sticks out the most to me. And and lately I've been like falling in love with how the government was constructed and all the politics and all that stuff within it, the Constitution, and because for one, like what the brother Perry Mason said, it's applicable. Like it actually, it can change your life. It can change how law enforcement deal with you if you apply it correctly. So it's not just some feel good stuff. It actually can save you some violations, right?
Some money in jail time. That shit will always be relevant.
Lawyer fees.
Always gonna be relevant. Probably.
Yeah. So I think Jalanis was like, yeah, I need to talk more about that. But I'm like, yeah, but if believe me, I would love to, but you'll get about 2-3 listeners. They're like people not really into that, and to me it's just wild because like people get locked up for just not knowing their rights, like just not knowing their rights. They get locked up. They say too much, or the cop do too much, and now he searched you, and you didn't know he couldn't search you, or he asked for your ID, and you didn't have to give it to him, but you gave it to him. You got a warrant. Now he can lock your ass up. Like you don't. That stuff is not known. So a lot of people get locked up, but it didn't have to be that way. It could have been a different outcome had they known some basic rights.
Let me ask you a question, Bias. Since you brought up, like, if I do something on, like, knowing your rights under, like, law enforcement, right?
Yeah.
But then nobody would see it. Now, I want to ask you, is it more about views to you, or is it more about getting the information out? Because sometimes, like, in my opinion, you should be able to just do certain things from the kindness of your heart without expecting any material return, because this is you know sometimes a human fight. So is
Yeah.
it more about views, or is it more about, I got to get this information out because it's going to help somebody who watches it? If it's two people, I did my job.
Yeah, now it's definitely not views because we were speaking about vaccines and viruses before there was ever a pandemic, any notion of it. And we didn't even get views from that. So we definitely don't care about views. And especially I've been talking about it. I had videos already. Social came on and live. I did the American Government House Constructed. It was too low. So I'm gonna do it over. I had re-uploaded a program software, and I had made the volume louder, and I'm going to re-upload it. So no, I definitely, that's only 58 views. That's probably one of my lowest viewed videos. So no, this is stuff I love, and I want people to know this stuff. But a lot of times, Perry, for me, I got 2 jobs. So you know what I mean. So now it's I want my efforts to be, appreciated sometimes. So if I go live, it's a sacrifice. Like right now, it's a sacrifice because I got to wake up early as shit. So when I get done with y'all, like that was pretty much my night because I work from 8 to 4. Then I do my online classes from 4 to 8. And I got on right away. So this is all a sacrifice. So yeah. So sometimes I want my sacrifices to feel appreciated sometimes.
I mean, I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to see the fruits of your labor being put into practice. But sometimes, as intellectuals, as people who kind of want to, change the world, whether it be by, making YouTube videos talking about vaccines, like you said, or, going over weed, like sometimes we have to have that mentality where we might not get to see the fruits of our labor, but we might be listening to 20, 30 years down the line, and someone might say, or a group of people might say, oh, that brother was right at what he was talking about, you know?
Yeah.
So you also have to have that mentality as well. I
Yeah.
mean, I know it's kind of tough, but it is what it is,
Yeah. So basically, the video that I played that was an hour long. That is the Constitution. That's everything that I would say all in one lesson, like and more. It gives you the whole 1776, 1787, all the way up New York. Slavery, all the way, all the fighting, the recession, all the way to today's time. So it covers a lot in great detail. It covers electoral college. And matter of fact, I'm gonna upload a video on that, because we always talk about it, but I guarantee you don't know the details. Like if California got, like, let's say 46 electors, like people couldn't tell me what are those electors, like how they come up with 46. Like they couldn't even tell you how they got the number, So, but I got a video that I made some like 10 years ago that I watched the other day. I said I forgot I had that, and I just upload. But it was blackology, so I had to like do it over, take the blackology, and but it's good information though. But yeah. So anyway, a state, just real fast. The electors is the total number of districts in the state plus the 2 state senators, and that's your total electors of the state. That's what the president will win if the state, if they win the state over. And then they would say, yeah, but states sometimes the electors sometimes go against state wishes, and I say, you know what you're talking about. Even you do that argument, you're gonna lose that one. First of all, show me an outcome that was swayed by that. That's one, and then 2, that's a rare. That's like a breakthrough, like a breakthrough in viral infection from being vaccinated. It's a rarity. So people always go to the extreme or the exception to prove a point. It's like that rarely ever happens. And then when it did happen, most cases, then none. It didn't outcome the candidate winning. It had no influence. Like so some states of Trump, when he's going against Hillary, went against him, and he blew her out by 80. So he could have said, "Hey, look, states went against me. They were supposed to go Republican. The electors went Democrat. I still won by 80." So it didn't affect, no way, shape, form affect the outcome.
Yeah, because over here, brothers talk about that. They be crazy with it because I'm like, for one, our population ain't large enough to be winning on some population. You know what I'm saying? Like they wanted to be like to get rid of the electoral college. Like that don't help us. 13%.
Yeah, right. We're crazy. Like I said, like that's why I'm going to upload those videos. I just did, like I said, just did it over the other day. Like I think Sunday. And look, I love football, and I was like watching that during the game. I had the game on mute, and I was watching, making my video. So I do sacrifice like behind the scenes, and I am gonna, put it to the public. Definitely will.
And you said you like learning about like cities, right? The history of like,
Districts,
American
yeah. How districts put together, zoning, all that type of stuff. Yeah.
There's a book. Well, I'm in college right now, and I'm taking a history of the American city class.
Okay. Yeah. Give me that.
And in the textbook that we're using is called "The Evolution of American Urban Society" by Howard P. Chaldakoff. And there's 2 other people.
Which edition is it?
The 8th edition.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that might be the latest, by the way.
Might be.
Yeah, because maybe not. I'm not sure, but I definitely just pulled it up. So let me see if there's a clear one. Let me see. Now, I think so far I'm looking at, I think 8th. I don't see one just off the fly. And man, this book costs some money.
How much?
Well, it varies, but I see up to $75. 40,
Man,
15, 16.
that's how much it cost when I had to
All right.
grab it.
Yeah, all right, yeah. So something like this, I definitely want to, okay, got it. All right, well, I guess it's time to go into the show. You dig? So again, the show is about Black Power, the way it's said in the community, or Black Lives Matter, the way I said, when it said, and when I hear Black Power, I only hear it from certain groups, and it's always something radical. So my door is ringing, so give me a minute. So Terry, you could, Perry or Sosie, pick it up till I get this door.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that the Black Lives Matter movement has been way more effective than any recent Black Power or Pan-Africanist movement. I mean, in terms of bringing attention to social issues, and actually have an effect in different laws that are passed.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
How old are you?
I'll be 50, August 5th.
You gonna be 50?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, because this pertains to what I'm about to say. I'll say this, King Sosa, that many people who are in my age, 23 and older, don't really know what Black Lives Matter is about. They really don't have particularly a lot of sway with people my age, because most of us don't even really know who they are. So I mean, I'm just putting that. I'm just putting that, in your head real quick. I'm just being contrarian because I don't want to put my actual views on YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, whether you know what who the leaders is or not, you can look and just see the impact of it. You know what I'm saying? Like just in the rally and bringing attention to social issues, like that don't happen recently without that movement. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's true. Like that whole movement got a lot of Black controversial things on. It got it more, brought it more to light. Got indictments reversed and all type of stuff. Acquittals reversed, and got people locked up where they normally wouldn't have been locked up. Yeah, that definitely. Then you got it on the actual football field and basketball field. Coaches, that was a leader. Like you see what it did, how impactful what it was, how it was.
And different presidents had to address that. Yeah. Address the whole group, like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Once you get to that stage, then that's where you want to be. When you at that table, like, look, what are you going to do about this? You know what I'm saying? Highlighting different police brutalities, certain laws to implement police officers in case shit's egregious. You know what I mean? And that started off with, like, they took a lot of heat. They tried to make it a terrorist movement.
Oh yeah.
Like, shit. You know what I mean? They went through a lot. You know what I mean? So when now, like, it's so you see that on white people lawns.
Yeah, right. But I mean, you guys forget about Antifa is the one that really was making all the noise, and really they were the vanguards, and they were the one pushing a lot of this Black Lives Matter stuff.
I don't know about that. I mean, I know Antifa's the more violent wing. I mean, they're more violent. Black Lives Matter has never been like a violent organization.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say they were. I mean, exactly. That's what they were doing. They were running around, burning stuff and then putting false flagging and putting Black Lives Matter and saying we was here. So I feel like they kind of use them in tandem. And I'm not saying that Black Lives Matter. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people in there that mean well, and I think they have done something to bring light to the Black man's plight. I'm not against them. I'm just kind of looking at them sideways. That's all.
I mean, that's all you can ask. I mean, everything ain't gonna be, super sweet. It's gonna be some negatives coming. There's gonna be some bad apples. It's gonna be, But for the most part, when you look at the impact is there. And then once you see that impact, and then you can say, okay, well, okay, I want this to be this. I want this to be different. Then you can go out and then form something, building off that, but branching it into a direction that you think is more sufficient. I think a lot of times we look for different organizations to bring everything that we want, instead of saying, okay, well, you know what, since they're not bringing that, I'll bring this. You know what I mean? And that's what we need. We need more diversity without having to tear down, without having to destroy one. Just build another branch that deals with this particular instance that you think that they don't cover. Feel me?
Okay, but I will say this to play the devil's advocate. Okay, so there's a lot of Black violence, like let's say in Chicago and Philly, and you'll see the trolls say, well, where's Black Lives Matter when it's Black on Black crime? It's like Black people's lives are only valuable when it's killed by a cop or a white person, but it's not valuable when Black people kill people indiscriminately. What about that? Just playing the devil's advocate.
Well,
I mean,
go ahead.
that sounds like that argument sounds like they justify that. They're trying to find a way to justify Black person getting shot 5 times. I mean, I'm just being also the devil's advocate too, but that sounds like that argument justifies like police brutality or other incidents.
No, I'm saying you're delusional if you think that a white person is likely to shoot you. No, it's going to be a Black man that's going to shoot you, because that's how this works. When you go down to the liquor store, or you go to a party, Black people going to shoot you, not the white people. White people ain't going to be where you at.
Yeah, but it's a difference between having a system set up to protect you against people who are government officials who have to work within a particular structure of law, what I'm saying, versus a Black person on the corner who gets upset because somebody slept with their girlfriend and shoot another person. You know what I'm saying? It's like how deeply can they impact that? Like, it's no, there's no law that they can attack that, but it's in terms of a police officer, we know what guidelines they have. You know what I'm saying? In terms of prosecution, we know what guidelines we can put in place. So that's something that they can attack. But random killings amongst in the neighborhood, like, it's not too much not much they can do with that unless push for damn more funding in different Black communities.
And then on top of that, I even say to some people that like I say all the time that poverty breeds crime, right? Like, think about it. A lot of people who live in lower income neighborhood, they wind up dropping out of school because sometimes they're forced out. And then, when you don't have proper education, you can't have an adequate way of finding a job to support your family, what have you. And then you find out the quickest way to, make money and gain money and take care of your family is to go through the underworld. A lot of these people wouldn't have to go through the underworld if jobs in their community was being, made and funded like Sosa said. So we got to also it's really the system,
I mean, you ever heard the term "more money, more problems"? So, I mean, I don't think it's about money. I think I don't want to give y'all a game, but it's about culture. But I mean, to say it's about money, I think I just I don't think that's what it is. I think it's more that it's a culture of nihilism.
I mean, what else breed? I mean, what like poverty is? Poverty breeds a particular type of culture.
You're
You know what
gonna
I mean?
start
Like,
feeding off each other like vultures and stuff when everybody don't have anything. Keep
there's a
going,
different
Sosa.
mentality when you feel like
It's
a different mentality
it's
when you feel
rappers
like you
who
ain't got
get
nothing to
killed
lose.
every day. It's not about money. Like I'm from LA. Disrespect to get you killed, not money.
But what you bringing up rappers get shot all the time in their city because they get shot and killed by haters. Lil Bootsy talked about that on Vlad.
Okay, but that's not money.
Well, why would they be hating on the rapper then?
Yeah, it's definitely bragging. Yeah, I got this, you ain't got it. I can do this, you can't. Yeah,
You got that shiny chain. I want to take this. I want that chain.
yeah.
You got it.
Sell this to make money.
I mean, I just feel when people say it's money, I feel like that's just a cliche, a commonplace that, you know, people don't really examine it because they just blame it on poor people. It's a gang of Mexican poor people or a gang of poor people. They don't kill each other. So it's a gang of people that live in third world countries. They don't kill each other like that. They don't hate each other like
Actually,
that.
actually, they
Yeah.
do. In third world country, they do kill it. And even in the Mexican community, you got Mexican gangs.
Yeah,
No,
cartel.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about. I'm talking about like you got poor. I mean, I feel like poverty. I mean, everybody is going to
It's
be
a third
poor.
world
It's
country.
just going to be a hard. This just going to be. I mean, I just feel like that's just a cop out. That's just you know what I'm saying. So that's
Yeah, I kind of missed what y'all was talking about. I don't know what y'all talking about. So when you say cop out, I missed what y'all was talking about. So what's a cop out, Blue Devil?
okay. A cop out is saying that okay, for instance, you turn on the TV, there's crime every day, and you know what I'm saying, and the cop out is, oh, it's about money, and I'm saying it's deeper than money, you
Okay.
know, and so it could be jealousy, it could be
Jealousy over what?
let me see, jealousy about let's say somebody has somebody's girlfriend. I was looking at somebody the other day.
That's
Or
social stuff.
what's that?
That's social.
Yeah,
You
that just
hating on
comes with
somebody
passion.
because they got a girlfriend that they like. That's social.
You know,
Yeah,
that happens. That's just all across the board. I have that.
Right. Men do that all
if
the time.
anything, if anything, if you look at the philosophy, I mean, people hate poor people. People don't hate rich people. People look up to rich people.
And people also
So
rob and shoot and kill rich people. Ask the rappers. They can't even live in their own
I'm,
city no more because somebody gonna be hating. You don't come back to the hood no more, dude. Or I don't like the fact that you made this youth program. So I'm just gonna hate on you and I'm gonna shoot you. Most of these rappers don't even live in where they was born at because they afraid of haters.
Yeah.
yeah, I just feel like that's just a cliche of blame of putting it on money. I think that's just in a scapegoat, and then
So
so that way you don't really have to think about it.
so why are these rappers getting shot and killed in their own city?
I mean, it's a culture of degradation. I mean,
Who
it's a
made the culture of
nihilistic.
degradation?
It is a culture of degradation. I mean, um, you know, society doesn't. I mean, if you listen to rap, right? It's not about like big up in people like in the early '80s where
But that's
everything
the
was
record
fun.
companies doing that.
Well, that's the culture.
The-
That's
but
the
who
culture industry.
who made the okay? So why is the culture
You
industry?
know what? We've already talked about this. Who made the culture and yada yada. I talked about this the
We gotta
last time I
ask.
was on.
We gotta ask these questions.
I already explained it the last time I was on. So I
We gotta
don't
ask these questions. Answer them again.
like I said, my niche, my scientific niche is sociology. That's what I study. Yeah.
Okay, but you should still be able to answer all the questions I'm asking.
I love sociology.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's like a magician, man. If I show you how I do my magic tricks, you're not gonna come back to my show. But
So, oh, okay. So what you're trying to do now is you're trying to, hold on, because I'm taking a criminology class right now. So,
go ahead. Oh, okay, that's cool, brother.
so
But yeah, so I mean, narcissism, psychopaths, you know what I'm saying? We live in a society full of narcissists, psychopaths, anti-ultraism, you know, that was a culture that was given to us.
okay, what does anti-ultralism means for the people in the audience?
We don't live in a society for the psychopath. Only smart people.
Okay, Ayn Rand is her name, and so they promoted this anti-ultraism that is like again, it's about a selfish society, and it's not about helping anybody or living for other people. It's about living for yourself, egoism, for lack of another word.
I feel like you keep using these words to make it seem
Egoism,
like just all the words you've been using. Ultraism.
egoism is not a big word.
I feel like you using all these words to try to jip people to prove that you know more about the subject.
Okay, so yeah, egoism is not a big word, and
I mean, I'm just using that because people. I'm trying to be. I'm thinking of the audience that's listening. So
okay, you play the devil's advocate.
no,
Yeah,
I'm just using it.
You address your arguments in a language that can easily be that can go over somebody's head without
well, no,
really.
I mean, I'm giving you a word that you could go check out yourself, and you
Nah,
can go
you do.
explore.
It's like
You know
it's
what I'm
like.
saying?
But here's the
I'm
thing.
giving you a
But here's the
gem,
thing.
and you
Here's the
could
thing.
go research it yourself. I'm really not trying to speak over nobody's head or
No, but
nothing,
listen.
and
Here's the
that's
thing.
why I use the word egoism.
No, but here's the thing. Like if I'm talking to somebody, right now, I can use words that they can get lost in. But you know what I'm saying? I try to keep in mind who I'm talking to and I break it down in a way that's palatable so that they can grasp every concept. So even if I use a word that they're not familiar with, I'd rather break the definition down. So they
Okay,
have
egoism
that
means
before I go.
selfish.
I know we know what
You
that
could
is.
have said that.
Oh, but I'm giving you the scientific word.
You're
Since you
leaning more
said you was
towards
in criminology or whatever, you can
well,
go research that scientific word, and there's a whole encyclopedia word and an institution based on it.
yeah, but when you talk about being selfish, you're still leaning to what you're still leaning toward like capitalism. You know what I'm saying? You're still leaning towards finance. You're leaning towards people hoarding cash and not taking the money
No, I said it before. Okay, for instance, I used the word nihilism. Are you guys aware of what nihilism is?
no nihilism is yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the state we're in.
I mean,
That's our culture.
Yeah, but
Nihilism.
what's an
you're just
easier way to use nihilism? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people that's listening right now don't know what
What about you?
nihilism
Do
means.
you know what nihilism means?
Yeah, I know what nihilism means.
Well, then explain it.
Nihilism, that basically means that it came out of it was a big philosophy that came out of Russia, and I think it basically means like anti-authority, anti-government. It's like a form of anarchism, if I remember correctly. So I could be
No,
wrong.
nihilism is more of saying it's more of an atheist attitude.
Oh, it's more of a dog eat dog.
No, it's an atheistic attitude. That's what nihilism is.
Nah,
And
look up.
basically, the culture we have, they don't have a meaning of life. They don't have a meaning of life, so they don't think it means anything. So they bank more on materialism instead of like, let's say values like ethics.
So the people who commit crimes in like lower income neighborhoods, it's more about a
Why you don't have to put the
it's
lower
wait, wait,
income
wait,
in there, but
wait.
that's okay.
So wait a minute. So it's
They're
more
going to be
about
naturally lower income because they're low class, because they're
but
low brow.
let
And
me
it has
ask her.
nothing to do with whether that they happen to be broke. You know,
So
it's people, it's rich people who commit suicide all the time.
is it more
Yeah,
so do
it's
they
not
need
about who commits all. You look, you just disregard numbers and the whole nine. Just because one does it and another does it doesn't show the veracity of it until you look at who it affects more. You know what I'm saying? But you still reaping right around capitalism and finance, bro. Like you're still in that niche. You
okay.
know?
I just looked at my PowerPoint for my criminology class, and there's three types of sociological theories when it comes to like crime and such, because I'm taking criminology. There is the social disorganization theory, which that means crime is largely a product of unfavorable conditions in certain communities, breakdown in traditional institutions such as family, school systems, local businesses. Then there is strain theory. Strain theory is crimes that occur out of frustration by individuals who cannot reach their goals through legitimate means. And then there is cultural deviance theory. Crime may result when people adapt to the values of the subculture which they belong.
Yeah, that's the latter. I believe that's the
Can
one
you
that
read
I'm
it?
more
Can you read the
inclined.
first theory again, please? Read the
Yeah, you want
first
me to
What
theory.
read
up,
it again?
Stu?
The
You want me to
first
read it
theory.
again?
Yeah, the first
Social
one.
dis okay. Social disorganization theory. Crime is largely a product of unfavorable conditions in certain communities, breakdown in traditional institutions such as family, school systems, and local businesses.
I mean, of course. I mean, we all have families. I mean, they all affect us. I mean, but I don't think that's really it. You know that because like I don't know if you guys are in the know, but if you look at, like I said, my niche is sociology. And so if you look at the 60s, everybody wanted to be like Martin Luther King or be like Malcolm X. And then come the 70s, everybody wanted to be like what was it? The Mac or Goldie. They wanted to be pimps or whatever.
Are you
But, but,
So
sure?
but, but
Yeah.
wouldn't that be as a result of the first theory? That crime is a result of the breakdown of the family structure, social structure,
no,
and
no, it
school.
has nothing to do with crime. It has to do with the culture of crime. It's like for instance, I was raised and black people didn't want to become cops or they didn't everybody it's like I
Right.
remember one
Is that
time
culture?
listening to Snoop,
So
right?
the fact that hold on,
Snoop
the fact that
said
black people want to become
Snoop
cops,
said
is
where
that
he's
culture?
from. Go ahead, brother.
Is that culture though? What you just said. The black people don't want to be cops. Is that something that has become ingrained in the culture?
Yeah,
'Cause I
culture
was
and
just talking about that.
sociology.
Yeah, I was just talking about that before you came over. That same dynamic.
Yeah, okay. Snoop Dogg said, a pimp is a superhero. A pimp. No
Not
other
anymore.
culture. Let me finish if I could, brother. No other race of people would dare utter anything like that. But he could say something like that and nobody question him, where a pimp is a superhero. So promiscuity has a
Promiscuity.
negative effect
All right.
on on
Okay.
society, whether if
Uh,
society knows it or if they don't. It's an
uh, can
objective reality.
Okay,
can I
let
say
me
some? Can I
let me.
hold on.
Uh,
We need to argue one of the three theories because those are three distinct theories that address the reason behind crime. And no disrespect to the room, big up everybody that just coming in. This is Stupies, the one and only, the disagreeable Stupies. But
What up, man?
the pimp became the pimp as a result of the breakdown of the family when the fathers were no longer in the house for boys to assume that's what they want to become. They look for other role models such as the pimp. That's why the pimp became that person in the community. He became the role model instead of the fathers. Charles Barkley in 1990 says, if I am your child role model, you're a failure. Remember when Charles Barkley said that? He's nobody's role model, that he should be the child role model, that the
Yeah,
role model should come from the fathers,
but why did the pimp become the role model though? What are they
because
looking
fathers were no longer in the house.
right? But what are they looking at in the pimp? What he got? He got the mink on. He got brand new gators.
that's
He got
resources and
flashy
No,
money.
clothes.
but think about it. If the fathers was in the house, if your
No, no,
father was in the
no. I
house,
agree. I agree with you
gators are
saying.
not like that wouldn't surprise you.
That's what I'm
Wouldn't,
saying.
wouldn't,
I agree.
yeah,
I agree with
yeah.
everything you said. I'm just saying is that is also the lure
Yeah.
of a financial escape, right? So I mean, after the direct result of the father, but everything you said is all it's part and parcel. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, but that you know what I'm saying, and we went from the pimp to the drug dealer, but it's all viewed as like a
They
way
got
to
money.
escape. Yeah, I
I
can
mean, you
escape my
guys keep
circumstance.
trying to escape it back to money. It's deeper than money. It's about power. I
But
mean,
who
which
got the
money
Money
and
is
power
power
in
is
the
power.
the
black
same
community?
thing,
Who got
but
power? But who got power though? The people in the underworld have power, and plus, but what you saying about black people up in the underworld? Every community ups the underworld. The Italians do it. Chinese people do it. There's If you look at movies, the highest grossing
Mexican,
movies in other countries are movies that depict the underworld.
but let me ask
Oh,
you, okay, but is it
Russia, the
virtuous?
Russian mob,
Is
all
it
this.
virtuous? Would you want your wife to be an ex-prostitute? Of course not.
Nah, but you act like Snoop Dogg said it and everybody was in agreement, bro. That's just because the ignorant niggas say some ignorant shit, don't mean that the whole community is goddamn
uh,
locked in with that nigga,
It
bro. Like,
don't matter.
can I ask
Children,
a question?
man.
Hold on. Can I ask a question? Listen to this question. Now. Simple question. Let's look at communities. We're going to look all over the world and all over America. We're going to look at different races and different communities. Right? In poor white communities, we're talking about the Mennonites, we're talking about the religious communities, where both mothers and fathers are in the house. Do you have high crime rate? Hello?
I mean,
Who
poor. I
did you ask the
mean,
question
No,
to?
I'm just asking the panel. Yes or no? In poor white communities, where you have both mothers and fathers in the house, do you
I
have
mean, you're trying to
high crime?
use statistics as the basis of your
But
Then you have to
argument.
statistics,
use statistics.
That's
No, you
insane.
have to use statistics. You have
if
to
you in
use statistics.
Yeah,
sociology,
like, you gonna use an
Because it's a
individual?
loaded question.
Like,
That's not a loaded question.
in
That's a question
statistics,
in house.
Definitely a loaded question.
Oh,
in
that's not a
statistics, you
loaded
use
No,
question.
I
sociology.
mean, listen.
no.
If I jaywalk, that's a crime.
No.
But
No,
is that a
that was the question.
crime?
That you're throwing a straw man argument. I'm asking a simple question. It's a
That's what
simple
you're
question
doing.
I'm asking. It's a simple question, and everybody in here have to agree with it. Crime has nothing to do with whether or not the person poor. Poverty is not the driving factor behind crime. Because you have countries where people are extremely poor
No,
and they
it's
don't have
about
high
what
crime
you
rate.
make law.
I
No,
disagree.
no, no.
I disagree, Sticky.
You can disagree.
Show me a third world country where crime is not high. If you can do that, then I will.
No, I mean, no.
Ready?
You can
Ready?
make a law
Ready?
against
Go ahead.
anything.
Ready?
You can make a
Ready.
law. It used to be you can
Go
make a
ahead.
law against
Let me
anything. Come
list
on
some. Let
now.
me list. It's not a lot. Let me list some of them.
Listen.
Antigua,
Bias was
Barbuda.
talking
Ready?
about
Stop
weed
Hey,
laws
talking.
against the
Stop
law.
talking for a second. Let me answer the man question. Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, St. Nevis. These are black countries I'm naming.
okay,
Curacao, low crime rate. And
Okay.
You talk about.
you can
That's a small
Yeah, you
island.
talking about.
Ain't
Well,
they
I'm talking
small
about name.
islands?
no.
Name.
What that mean?
Yeah, name a
Uh,
popular place. You know what I'm saying?
name a popular place.
A populous, because when you
A
name a place
popular,
like that,
or
if
Rwanda,
people get killed, that's the.
Rwanda, Kenya.
I don't know what crime is like Rwanda. Rwanda's pretty built up now. So
Kenya.
one consider Rwanda third world. I don't know. I don't know about
Didn't they
Kenya.
have a mass genocide there not too long ago?
I gotta
That
look at
was
Kenya.
30 years ago. The crime rate done now.
I gotta look at
Rwanda,
Kenya.
Kenya. All right, look at Kenya.
They chased everybody out.
Madagascar.
He go to these countries that I'm not familiar
No.
with.
I have to name. No.
He
Because it's a
damn
name
good,
some.
like,
I name your islands. I name your islands. What is called third world country. I name your countries that are called third world country.
majority of pick anyone in the Middle East. It's horrific. All
Crime
over
is
the
horrific.
world is horrific. Vietnam,
Yeah,
Vietnam's very nice.
Vietnam don't have no crime rate.
Vietnam's
What's
very
a
nice.
Vietnam?
it's two P's. Is Madagascar? Is that like communism?
No,
Is that-
Madagascar. No. Madagascar is not communist.
The people in Madagascar,
Look at the
I
crime
think
rate.
they're Islamic. I think because
But
they're
you
half
can't, you're
Indonesian.
moving the goalpost now. You're asking for third world country where countries where the family unit is strong, crime is low. What the first thing the white man did to the black man in America when he gave the woman welfare? He kicked the man out of the house because he know that this is the result. The crime that we face in America and we face in Jamaica, the crime that we face in Jamaica is that a lot of the fathers migrated to America for a better life, leaving
All right,
the sons out there with
Can
mother.
I ask you a question?
I'm looking at
Stu Pease?
Madagascar. Hold
Stu
on.
Pease.
Yeah.
Okay.
Murder per million people.
Yeah.
79.69.
How much?
74. That's
How much?
90% more than the United States.
How much is it?
It's 90% more than the United
Hold
States.
up, hold up.
The
Stu
murder
Pease,
rate,
let
right?
me ask you a
In
question.
Madagascar, the murder rate, they rank 47.
Dang.
Stu Pease
Look,
said
where's Jamaica
they
rank?
left his country to get away from crime.
No.
you
I
didn't.
never said.
You
I did
left your
not say
country
that.
to get
I
away
did not say.
from
I did not
black
say that.
people.
Dude, stop it. What I said is that the crime rate in Jamaica directly is a result of in the 70s and 80s, a lot of fathers left to come to America, United States, Canada for opportunities, and then it break up the family structure. That's what I said. I did not say any. Don't put any words in my mouth, dude.
Stu Pease, can I
come
ask you a
on
quick
now.
question?
You extra with it.
Madagascar,
You insinuated, my
Madagascar
guy.
is worse than the
You
United States.
insinuated. So
Madagascar is worse than the United States.
No. I'm saying that. No. For third world countries.
If
No,
there was
that's not
white
bad.
people, listen. You guys act like the hood is a haunted house. It ain't no haunted house. It's because the people living there.
Who said that?
Ghosts.
Yeah,
Stu Pease, can I
Yeah,
ask you a
you
question?
Where get that from? Where him saying that? Please. Somebody asked him, where him get that from? Where him get that from?
I don't know
Stu
why.
Pease, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, ask my quick question.
Okay, brother, you from Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
Extremely violent over there.
Okay,
Extremely.
so let me just ask you a question because I remember you was on a panel and you was talking about how a lot of them the people in the underworld run that country down there.
Yeah.
How many people get harmed in Jamaica?
Many.
Listen. Remember when he asked me the question a while ago.
Hold on, is that due to
when he asked me the question a while ago?
Of the family?
The breakdown of the family structure. Breakdown of the family structure. Most shutters. We call them shutters in Jamaica because them name tell you what them profession is. Them is shutters. You understand? If somebody said that dude is a shutter, you understand what it is. Him is a shutter. I shoot people. Most shutters are fatherless children.
I don't know the stats on that.
No, more shutters, not fatherless in terms of they don't know who the father is, but the role that is played.
I don't know. Like you trying to say every shot is a jacket. I don't believe that's just.
I
Ask,
mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Do y'all so
that's
do,
a
do the
bad
Put
majority
it in a rap song is definitely a good thing.
what?
No, not a good thing. You tripping, nigga. The reason
being a shatter is not
What
a good
rap
thing.
about in a
is he
rap
talking
song is a
about?
tape. Like you fucking the whole shit up. Blue Devil. Watch it.
What is he talking
Blue
about?
Devil, Blue Devil. You understand what a shatter is? Type in the word shatter.
Oh, wait. Are you saying a shot caller or a shooter?
It's a
Some
shot.
deviant, right?
A shot. Yeah, shot. It's Jamaican term. Shot.
Is a shatter. Is a dude that kills
He a
people.
gangster. He a gangster. But you know what I mean? Pop.
Like, you
Right.
watch Shotters? You never watch Shotters?
Yeah.
Shotters,
I heard it in the song before.
Take it, don't leave the money.
Yeah.
And yeah. That was my favorite movie back in the day.
Is that
Finesse it
right?
within you to win.
Yeah, but okay, so they don't value life. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I'm not.
What?
That's a bad thing. That's not a question you ask, Blue Devil.
No. Hear me out. I'm gonna teach you some game, right? If
How old are you? Because you said teach us some game. Like, how old are you, man?
I'm 42, my guy. I'm 42. Am I old enough for you?
He switch it up like he to the teachers some game, like correct the shit you
Go
talk
ahead,
about.
teach
I
again.
mean, come
I'm willing to
on, man.
learn.
We all brothers here now.
I'm willing to learn.
I
I will
wasn't being
learn from
disrespectful.
I will learn from a child, so I'll never disrespect. Go ahead, teach again.
Okay, I'm gonna teach you something. All right. You can't be real around fake people, and fake people can't be real around real people. So it talks about it in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? Bad people don't respect good, and good people don't respect bad.
That's a lie.
Okay.
What verse
No,
is
no,
what
I'm
verse is
just
that?
I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
What
What
I'm
verse
verse
is
is
that?
telling
that?
you the
Like
proverb.
what
That's
verse is that? I'm lost.
that, that's a lie.
You bring
That's
up
a
Hit it
lie.
on the head.
you
That's a
source of the
lie.
Ain't no
Bible.
lie. Man, hold up.
Fucking
Man, come
That's a
on,
lost.
lie.
man. Y'all acting ridiculous.
I'm
You
saying
That's a
I'm
lie.
guys
lost.
act like
Ah,
you guys act
Blue Devil.
go.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm gonna tell you. So that's a lie. In Jamaica, we have a term called clean heart people. Clean heart people, clean hearted people, people with clean and good heart. Meaning that the baddest of bad man, when him see that grandmother we have a respect for, if him smoking a spliff, or him put it away. If him cursing, him stop. Him allow her to pass. Him say, "Good evening, mommy, how you doing?" The baddest of bad man. Meaning that him have respect for people who him still deserve the respect. That's a lie what you're telling. Even up here, you have people in the communities where gangbangers not going to touch because they have utmost respect for those people. Grown folks, church ladies, not for people in the street. Gangster respect respectable people, and they know who respectable. They know who not in the game. So you saying that bad people don't respect good people are fake? You don't know the streets. You have never been on the streets. You have some people, the baddest of bad men, and when they see certain people, they have utmost respect for them. They don't want to see them in certain situations. Am I lying?
You ain't lying.
Hell yeah, you
That's right.
lying. You a lying motherfucker.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah, you lying.
All right. So with you being
Nigga,
from
darkness
LA,
don't like light, and light don't like darkness.
so you saying that you from LA, so okay, try
I
to
mean, I'm
bring
not.
a con.
I don't even care that I'm from LA. It don't mean that. I don't even get down.
I'm saying when you use this just because you use some scriptures, light don't like dark and dark don't like. How you know light don't like dark?
So, sir.
I mean, that's
So, sir.
I'm
So,
trying
sir.
to tell you.
So, sir. So,
I'm
sir.
trying
So,
to
sir.
tell you the objective reality
So,
of the
sir.
I don't
situation.
like darkness.
King Sosa. King Sosa. King Sosa. Sosa. Have you ever been in the street? You sound like a street dude. You sound like a dude who knew the street.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
there
sound like
people in the
you live in the
community?
street, bro.
Isn't there people in the community where you had utmost respect for when you was in the street?
Yeah,
I
man.
want to see you.
Listen, I help Lay take bags upstairs.
Okay. Does a pimp respect a square? Does a pimp
Of
respect a
course.
family man?
Yes.
Yeah.
You on another planet.
Of course he does. The
He
You
fuck?
not a
need to
part of
listen.
his world.
I'm going to put you on somebody. You need to go and listen to this YouTuber, Sinful the P. Go and listen to Sinful the P.
Man, he from
Everybody,
Chicago. He's from a different area, bro.
everybody
You
who,
just said you from LA.
We not
everybody
that's
have their own
different.
lane. Everybody have their own lane. The pimp has his lane, and the square has his lane. And if a pimp see the square holding him lane properly, he have nothing but respect for the man who doing 95, who doing his grind, who making life. And he expect the man to have respect for him to say, leave me alone, I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. I want to be looking for.
Shooters respect shooters. If you're not a shooter, and that's how the game goes. If you're not a shooter, you know, man, the shooters don't respect if you're not a shooter, bro.
I feel like you be watching Power and all that
That's
type
a
of stuff.
lot. You watch
I
too
never
much
watched that
TV.
shit in my life, man. I never watched that shit in my life. Never. I seen it's a white boy on it, had something to do with 50, but I never seen it in my life.
But I feel like you getting your talking points from somebody else, man. Like this it don't sound like you know what you talking about. Like
Hey, why is it that?
I'm
Why is it
gonna
that?
tell you, right? I'm gonna tell you in how games go, right? If you a playboy, if you a doughboy, that's fine. But if you're not a shooter, you're not the top dog, and that's how black games go. If you're not a shooter, you're not the man.
Then how is it that certain black pastors could go into the community and speak to gang leaders and they listen if they only respected other shooters? Nobody ever hear about people doing intervention into communities when they war. When when certain pastors back in the day used to go into communities and talk to gang members.
Jim Brown, he did that stuff back in the
No,
day
I
all
ain't
the
no
time.
banger, no shit.
Jim Brown
I'm a
did that.
killer.
Other people do that. You know what?
I think
You're
Louis
what?
Farrakhan does that too. I think.
Yeah, but they not there to squash the bullshit.
What this
Brown
dude
did.
said? This dude just said he's a killer?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely a killer.
Have you ever shot anybody yet?
No, but I didn't fuck some niggas up though.
Okay.
Fucking niggas up different. You ever stab somebody yet?
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
No, because you using the term killer. You ever wonder if you really kill
I ain't
somebody?
afraid of nobody, and no
Because
grown
you
ass
never
man
do
should
it
be afraid
yet.
of nobody.
No, because you never do it yet. You never seriously hurt somebody yet and have to run. And when you go home, you start fret whether or not them dead. Because you don't know what tomorrow is going to be. You never shoot anybody. Stop it, man.
I
Don't
don't
say it.
have
You
to
never
shoot
know.
nobody. I don't have
You
to shoot
cannot.
nobody. I can get
You
a pro.
cannot phantom what it feels like. You cannot phantom what it feels like. To say it is a different thing. To say it is a different thing than to do it. You can't phantom what it feels like. So stop it. When people talking those things, they don't know what they're talking about. Not because I get big and fat now when I come
Who
to
are you
America.
preaching to?
You, because you're telling lie. Stop it.
Who
You're
telling
not
lie?
no
Ain't
killer.
nobody lying, bro.
Stu Peace, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Remember you was telling us about how you Jamaican cats get down to where like y'all ain't doing that whole I'ma fight you and we gonna
We
be
don't
cool.
we don't play with fists. Nobody in Jamaica play with fists.
Yeah, so I don't
But
play.
you get what I'm saying. But you said that y'all don't. It's like one of us ain't gonna make it up out of here type stuff. Cause you said the dude gonna always come back and it's gonna be a constant battle. So y'all don't do that whole. We
You
gonna
don't know because we're not looking behind us for the rest of our life. And we know that you're coming back. So we're going to stop you from coming back.
Yeah, but I just don't see the point in testing another man gangster. That's stupid. Everybody's gangster when they put in the corner.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Well,
That's a lie. That's a
Okay,
lie.
you
I've
think
seen
so.
I've seen people beg for them life. That's a lie. That's a
You
lie.
around some weirdos then.
It's themselves. That's a lie. You stop telling everybody gangster. It's not everybody gangster. If everybody was
thought
gangster,
everybody
nobody
gangster.
would be robbed. Nobody would be robbed. Because
No, I
when you
mean
roll up on
you
somebody,
could get caught slipping. You could get caught slipping.
They're still getting robbed.
Everybody could get caught slipping.
But he just said he saw people begging for their life.
Yeah, it's stupid. He don't. I'm telling you, he.
it's
Listen,
not everybody gangster.
gangbangers shoot other gangbangers.
It's not
Thank
everybody
God.
gangster. And I'm going to tell you another thing we learn. I had a friend in Jamaica named Blue. He died. Right? Blue was one of the most dangerous dude I ever know. Was one of the most dangerous dude I ever know. Right? Blue never begged for him life. When the circle Blue never dead. It's like you watch a wire when say, do it if you're doing it. That's how Blue died. And him feet. I've known other people who begged for them life. Who begged for them life.
I'm gonna beg for mine.
Then you say gangster? Gangster no beg for them life. It is what it is. It's a life where you live.
Hey man, listen. Majority
Comes,
of
it comes. Ain't
gangsters
no
are
need to-
babies.
No,
Majority of gangsters are babies. They're
But
babies.
you see that you're changing your conversation now?
I'm just saying, you call them gangsters. Everybody's a gangster until they get their teeth knocked out or the police pull up. So it's like, quit me with that bullshit.
Wait a minute, but you just all right. I'm not entertaining this. I just
You understand
No,
what?
because I'm just saying, all this talk about gangster, that shit is garbage, bro. Everybody will do what they have to do to survive.
that's what we've been trying to tell you all day is due to poverty.
No. It ain't got nothing to do with poverty. It's about respect. A nigga can fast. A nigga can definitely fast.
Yes.
Back in the day. Back in the day.
Why you don't see gang banging in wealthy communities?
Um,
Wait, what?
Why you don't see gang banging in wealthy communities?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
Why you don't see gang banging in wealthy communities?
Why don't you definitely, I mean, what do you think rap music is? Everybody's a gangster now.
Well,
Them
you
rich motherfuckers.
You just making shit up just to see. Now you talk about rappers and shit. Rappers ain't got
No. I'm telling you, man. What you mean? All these little middle class wannabes or wannabe gangsters. Everybody's a gangster, bro.
That's a lie.
You wild. Everybody know goddamn gang.
I'm not one.
I mean, anybody that's in that life or hustle like that, like they still got people who are squares, bro. And when shit get crazy, they don't holler at the niggas who squares to go.
Man, you can go ahead and find out for yourself.
I don't gotta.
But I'm telling you, a nerd will knock you out.
Nigga, you talking now? You bringing up what the fuck? Who says a nerd cannot? Like, what are you talking about, bro? I'm saying, like, if some shit happened, you ain't calling your friends in the square to go with you to go do some shit, because you know he ain't in that shit. Yo, that's not. He ain't that in his life.
Man, I don't know what planet y'all on, but go ahead.
Yeah, you think like just because a nigga doing some shit, he only hang with people that just he only hang with creatures and shit. Nah, he got regular folks around him. He got family that don't do that shit, bro. He stay clear, you know what I mean? Keep that shit clear, bro. Like they ain't in that shit. Gangbangers shoot other gangbangers mostly. When I'm saying when they do kill innocent bystander, it's a robbery. When they robbing the stores, but other than that, somebody get killed. It's more like some accidental shit.
I feel like we're way off topic, bro, to be honest.
That's you keep dragging the shit someplace else. Niggas talking about rappers, what rappers do with shit.
You're trying to trip us up by bringing up.
No. I brought up rappers because you was bringing up it was about class or about money, and I'm saying it's deeper than money.
Man, them rappers got beef with niggas that got money. They ain't motherfucking murking each other. They got money. They got too much to lose.
Okay, so it's deeper than money.
But when rappers go back to their own city, they get robbed and shot or killed. Lil Boosie talks about that. He can't even go back to New Orleans.
Yeah, man. Wealthy
Well,
people
New
don't
Orleans is another beast.
wealthy people get the money and they move away, bro. They don't be in those areas. They move away, bro.
He got shot in his leg when he tried to do a whole concert where he was at.
I mean, but think about the people he inviting to his concert. So, are they really upscale people? Are they highbrow people? Or are they lowbrow people?
I mean,
Highbrow people commit blue
if you
collar.
have if the concert is in a particular area, who you think gonna be there?
Cornball.
You in that neighborhood. Like ain't like the nigga with the check is gonna come to that neighborhood and be in that club.
My nigga Watcher said it best. Goons gonna goon, nigga, the end. Goons gonna
Okay.
goon. Ain't nobody, like I said, man, and you don't know who is who.
Yeah, you do know who's who, bro. You do know who's who. Don't know who.
Go,
It's a
good
certain
luck.
way you. It's a certain way you
luck.
carry yourself. That's how they
Good
give
luck.
themselves away.
Yeah, and that's why I stay two-faced, because you never gonna see it.
Now we all know that you two-faced now. So, like you giving yourself away
Now
now.
you gangster on the side. You see what I'm saying?
I ain't no gangster, nigga. I'll kill you and hug you, nigga.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I thought that's gangster shit. You know what I'm saying? Now you a kill nigga. Now you a kill nigga and hug him. My God damn.
Goddamn, nigga, I love you, my nigga.
Yeah. Like, well, now what we talking about? Wow.
Yeah. No, but we were talking about Black Lives Matter and why we can't get our community together. That's what we was talking about.
I said Black Lives Matter have more impact than your pro-black and pan-African movement because they geared towards government policy.
And I definitely agree because because other Black Power movements are like jail gangs. They police each other instead of policing outside.
No, they're not pushing they're not pushing anything that can change something in the law books, bro. That's what shit matters at.
But they got boots on the ground.
There he is. I'm biased. How you doing, my guy?
Hey,
There he is.
Boots on the ground for sure.
I'm gonna send you a donation, my nigga.
Goddamn boots to the courthouse.
yeah, look. So look, check this out. So did you watch this?
Nah. I saw you said it. I get checked while I was late.
So now look. So we got you got soldiers behind it, Panther. You know. So this is the Black Power. You know what I mean? This is the Black Power movement.
Right.
So, and they was according to their story, they was with the Black Panther at some point. Look at this.
Organizations and these freedom fighting organizations under the auspice of the Black Panthers and the alike. Is it a lot of people, leadership, or members?
Right. And then as one
we usually pull up for the cause and not the people, not superstars or whatever. We pull up for the cause. Like we just was in Georgia for Ahmaud Arbery working with different organizations. It was just
in Georgia associate, you know what I mean? You ain't pull up. You know what I mean?
Fayetteville for Andrew Jason Walker. So we work with other organizations, even white people. I mean, but yeah, we very independent.
So let me get the sister Cece. You mentioned that you work with white people. Now you know that might be of some concern. No, let me let you answer that because
white man the devil. You did.
I don't want to see Sister Cece to answer for you. Can you bring up?
Yeah, white lawyers, all that shit, like white contractors to fix their.
How would that be a concern when you get niggas in power? You gotta like that's crazy.
This is Black Power though. These talking points. White folks just the enemy. You can't work with them in no way, shape, or ridiculous shit. Look at this.
You got some clarification of what you mean by you work with white people.
We're dealing with Fred Cox in Greensboro right now, and basically they whole little organization is full of white people. So we're not gonna go and take over their situation that they got with the pigs killed a brother on the inside of a church at a funeral, and the white people are putting boots on the ground. So I mean, we work with whoever putting boots on the ground.
Okay, I got you. I got what you're saying.
Mhm.
Sister CC, how long have you been a part of the militia life, if you will, or the freedom fighter life before even freedom fighter?
2 years.
2 years. 2 years. How about you, Brother Weston?
4 years.
4 years. And how about you, Brother Charles?
Since 2014.
Yeah, so yeah,
I ain't calling nobody brother.
yeah, they put in 8 years, 2 years, 4 years, and they fighting. And I was in the chat like, what are you free fighting? What are you fighting?
Who you liberated with this goddamn freedom fighting? Who you fucking liberated?
And you see, white folks is concerned. So it's like, and this is why I say, I would love to meet the militia group who want to fight unemployment.
They don't.
Exactly. I see a lot of niggas walking around all day, willing and able. When they
Who's
not,
playing music?
Somebody got me that.
there's that Blue Devil.
Okay, hold on for a second. Meeting.
Blue Devil, mute out.
What I do?
You got shit in the background loud, like cartoons or some shit, man.
Yeah, so I'm like, let's start with home. Like, I mean, they're leaving their cities to go freedom fight, like injustice somewhere. When you got injustice in their communities, like people are getting shot, killed, robbed, people ain't working, people ain't motivated, people are able to work, but just won't do it. Like I see them every day, just won't. I know these people. Like I just can't see how you just don't want to work. So I'm saying like the fight should start right there. Like get at least Elijah Muhammad was starting right there. Like he started right within. And said, I'm gonna get y'all up and working. Yeah, I ain't gonna be sitting around here complaining and begging.
Yeah, registered niggas to vote. You know what I'm saying? But they against, I don't say they, all of them, but a lot of them against voting. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, registered niggas to vote. You know what I'm saying? This, at least on a goddamn local level, at least control, you know what I'm saying, your local government and shit like that, but they don't even be on that.
Well, the white man's the devil. He's whitey. The feds are the ops.
Shit.
The pigs. So now the brother right here at the bottom right, after calling the pigs, the whitey, the feds, and the Illuminati, whatever else, then he tell you that they was doing some training late night and he lost the keys to something and he had to call the cops to help him get his car opened up. So I'm like, what? You just call him the devil, the pig, the op. But you call this fool to come let you in your car.
Unbiased. The problem is that, listen, we are not ready yet to be independent as a people. I want you to give me a product that Black people make that is not associated with farming. I want you to tell me about a Black pin making factory. I got small as a pin, a Black pin making factory. I don't want to tell me about Huggy Bears who make the forks for the Harley Davidson bike.
Yeah.
That Black man. What's his name? Something the beer, Huggy Bear or something the beer. But he makes some of the greatest forks for Harley Davidson bikes. I'm not asking about that.
Yeah.
I'm asking about a product now that Black people make.
Yeah, nah.
Anywhere in the world. A Black owned factory.
So if I get what you're saying, like those jobs that attract Black folks to want to go work for them, to send resumes and stuff. Nah, I don't know of one.
No, I want to know. No, not. I want to know the Black company that is manufacturing.
Nah, I don't know any.
Tell me about the Black employer that is not in real estate, or is not in.
Right.
The Black wheel maker.
Yeah, you probably ain't that. There's a lot of Black owned. There's more Black owned banks than you think. Though.
Yeah, they are Black owned banks, but what they're doing for the Black community?
I can't speak specifically about what they're doing. But I ain't gonna act like they ain't none of them doing nothing though. I can't act like that. I mean,
No, but that's what I'm saying. That we're not ready yet. Yeah,
no,
asking us to go independent is asking us to give up the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We're
I'm
not
not
ready yet.
saying. I'm not saying even like we in America. Like it's not necessarily about going independent.
Me, your black Hitler.
It's about putting yourself in a position to be to thrive as a nation, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to go be. Become an independent nation, though. You know what I mean? Because shit, we like what does that mean? So that
Me,
means
the
that
black Hitler.
we don't become congressmen. Shit, like we don't try to become the president. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, we can try that. But listen, we need to get the black pork hog manufacturing plant or the black. What we eat as black people? What we eat? What we like eat? Give me a dish that every black person like eating. The black oxtail farmer, the black chicken farmer. Where's the black chicken farm? Where it's a black owned chicken production.
Nah, you gotta understand. Like shit, you jumping
But
into
there ain't no industry in
listen,
that,
you jumping
bro.
into that paradigm is already locked down. Like shit, you be jumping into it'd be hard to crack that damn
We have
chicken.
40, we have 40 million chicken eaters
Yeah, chicken.
in America. Right? Even in Jamaica, you have chickens, but they're owned by mostly, they're not owned by black people. The farms, what they do is black people develop farm for the chicken, but the production, where they turn the actual hens into something on the supermarket shelf, it's not owned by black people. How we eat chicken like anybody else. We
It
can't
ain't,
get a chicken.
there ain't a lot of money in that unless you one of the elites, though. Most of the farmers be struggling.
But we start small. We know so we have to pay 50 cents more or 20 cents a pound more because a black owned farm and they give us product that is good.
Yeah, I don't want to work on a chicken farm though.
But you want to own a chicken farm.
I don't want to work on that chicken
You don't
farm.
want to own one. You don't want to own a chicken manufacturing process.
No, we should be looking. We should be.
Somebody working on that black chicken farm, no,
We should be
fam.
looking
No, we
towards.
don't. You don't. You don't want to.
tech.
You don't want to. You don't want us to own our own Tyson chicken.
No, we should be look. I think we should be aiming towards tech. You know what I'm saying?
Like me, your black Hitler.
Tech.
Okay.
Tech. Let's talk about tech.
Yeah, we should be looking towards tech. Yeah, that should be our aim. Like we got to be aiming towards the future, the forefront of technology. Technology is always expanding and growing, so there's always an opportunity for a young startup in a tech, because there's always going to be new tech being created.
Yeah, like new people have no idea. Or look at Uber. Uber started in the garage of somebody. That's where it started. Microsoft started in Bill Gates' garage. Let's say we do our own tech. Because when you look at what we do with the beats, T-Pain beats, he developed his beats and they made him millions, right? Is that we are now we're not focusing on that avenue. We're focused on the music area because a lot of people, let's see, people get success from it, right? Let's say people get success from it. We're not seeing the people successful from tech in our community. That's why the young guy is not going towards that.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be successful and then go back to the community, bro. That's the reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you can help, but that shit got to be from afar. You know what I'm saying? Like you see what happened in Nipsey, like, and that's just the reality of it. You feel me?
Nipsey, listen.
And that's the
listen,
same
Nipsey,
thing. That's the same thing with wealthy black people, bro. Like they help from afar. They don't go back and live in that community, man. It's too dangerous, bro. You can't be. You know what I'm saying? You can't be surrounded with folks that just ain't got nothing, bro. Like it's one thing if I got a steak on my plate and you got a steak on your plate, then it's not a big deal. But if I got a steak and you got there eating some ramen noodles, shit, you looking at me a little sideways.
No, but you know that don't happen in every community. That don't happen in every community.
Right.
Listen, one of the things that we have to realize that you having a stake don't prevent me from getting a stake. There's enough stakes out there that you can have your stake and I can have mine. I don't have to come take your stake.
Yeah, nah,
Probably,
right, but one of the things, you know, when you building is you want everybody. The best way to thrive is that everybody eat. You know what I'm saying? Like you hit a phrase, you gotta feed the wolves. You know what I'm saying? The wolves gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? They got to. Are you food?
the situation is this, that one of the things we have to recognize and we have to come to realize is that but we don't want to believe it or not, it come back down to the first premise of the young man said. It's the breakdown of the social construct. It's the breakdown of the social contract. Right? Is that Bill Gates could afford to be Bill Gates because he had his mother garage to live in while he was doing what he was doing. He had support from a family system. The Uber guy could be the Uber guy because his father could lend him 20 or $30,000 to start the shit. Right? In our community, we don't have that.
Shit, and even if you got a mother and father, that still don't mean he got 20,000 to give his damn son.
Yeah, it's resources, it's capital.
It's just I mean, but I mean, the breakdown of the family does play a role. Single mother does factor in. You know what I'm saying? Especially if that single mother got to work 2 jobs. So, I mean, it does factor in. But I don't know. I mean, having a father there does help, but everything there's more dynamics that go into that. I don't think that. I think it's a multi-layered thing.
And it don't save you from committing crimes either.
No, but you're more unlikely to commit crime in a two family because there's always supervision.
I know a cop who told me that, yeah, like Adrian, all that whole, like, the father and stuff, that does help. But like sometimes some people just bad. They some people just bad. Like you
Fact.
can have you can have the best family in the world, the best support system in the world, but you can still want to be a chemist and make cocaine. Well, I don't know. I guess you make cocaine
No,
make
but
cocaine and being a
the,
chemist and
I
stuff.
making mess.
Right.
But the
You
thing
still
about
might
it,
want you still might want to make meth in your basement, even though you
yeah,
got
but
a decent
Yeah,
support
and
system.
you talk to people all the time who'll be like, "Look, I grew up with a mother and a father." You know what I'm saying?
you guess what the beautiful thing about it. All right, listen to this. A child who has a mother and father in their life can afford to fuck up more than a child who don't have the mother and father in their life. It's an
Yeah, of course.
unfortunate situation because that child will have more opportunities to succeed.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So even when the child have fuck up mentality to the fucked up things, it's like they always have a parachute, they have a safety net. So even when they get arrested and go to jail, when they go to court and the judge see the mother and the father in the house, in the courthouse, and the judge look around and say, "Who is that?" And they say, "That's my dad and that's my mom." That child is looked upon differently. It might sound fucked up, but that child is
Yeah,
looked upon
yeah,
differently.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't disagree with the nuclear family being important. That's always important.
The nuclear family allow a child to fuck up more and get away with it until they find a way. A broken family, that child only oftentimes have one opportunity to fuck up.
Well, I think there's lots of dynamics. So I think this, you know, our dynamic is, when that black child turns 18, he needs to be out the house. You know what I'm saying? That's another dynamic I think that would need to switch in a sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like 18 ain't old enough. You know what I'm saying? Like they need more of a safety net. You know what I'm saying? Like you see like a person in a more stable situation where They don't leave the house at 18. They got to 20, 20 something. You know what I mean? And they can mess up and come back and stay with mom and dad. You know what I'm saying? Like that dynamic helps. You know what I mean? Helps push them forward. You know, there's a lot of dynamic that should switch or need to switch.
President Carter was a peanut farmer. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he was a peanut.
I
Yeah, he was a peanut.
I hate when we use white people though because it's a different dynamic than African American. Yeah, like their poverty is a little bit different than necessarily. You know what I mean? Because like I grew up around a lot of white people who they themselves may be a little poor, but they still got the ability to reach back and get help if they need it. Versus, a nigga like might need $100 and be ass out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that due to the
I just
fact
find
that
that
like white people have like a lot more connections? Cause I mean I do hear sometimes that like white people be like, oh yeah, my uncle's a judge. You know. Is that what you mean by like that safety net to fall back on? Like
Yeah, that's a safety net. The family. They have the safety net. They can fuck up and the mother. Listen, even when your mother and father, even if they're poor, and the both of them show up in the courthouse, the respect that they get from the judiciary system is totally different than when your grandmother and your mother, your auntie, and you cry. When they see your father stern face and look disappointed, it's a whole total different dynamics. The system treats you different.
Yeah, I don't because I don't disagree with that. Like I said, I think all of it's important. I don't disagree with that.
And especially when they say, you say that even if what make it worse, when the judge say the wife, your wife holding the mother holding your hand in the court, it's a whole total different dynamic. Even when they're racist, they say, oh, this is one of the good Negroes. This boy just don't have any sense. But the fact of the matter is, we're 400 years behind, 500 years behind in terms of infrastructure, in terms of understanding, because even the wealthy black people, as soon as we get a dollar, we're gone, we leave the neighborhood. White people coming back to black neighborhoods. When you go into Bulkhead now in Georgia, Buckhead now, I look at gentrification. I look at the houses that are being built in the neighborhood. Why white people can come back to the black neighborhood and gentrify it?
Well, it's different because that's because when you like if you go into a black neighborhood right now, right? A lot of the black people they don't own the homes, right? Very few do. So the very few that do own a home, they get offered a type of money that is worth it for them to lead the community. Right?
No, but
and these apartment complexes that black people live in, they don't reinvest in them. They let those apartment complexes go into the ground because they know at the end of the day that's property. You know what I'm saying? And then when they come back in, the white people come in, buy that whole block, tear that shit down, build everything back up new. And then after a while, the property value, the community, everything becomes so costly to live that eventually black people have to leave the community because the rent goes.
No, but let me ask you a question. Why is it? The simple question I'm asking is: a white middle class person will move back to Harlem when there are gangsters on the street and walk a shitty looking dog. When I went to Harlem, I saw white people walking dogs in Harlem. I couldn't believe it. White people walking.
It happens over time. It happens over
dogs in Harlem, right? So now I'm going to ask you a question. Now, why is it that rich black people couldn't walk dogs in Harlem?
No, but I mean, like, don't get it twisted. Like, the dynamic is different. Like, black people do go back in the neighborhoods. Like those gentrified areas, you got black people coming back and buying property.
After they have been gentrified. But before they were gentrified.
Because now the value go up. You gotta understand, like when a neighborhood is impoverished, right? Businesses don't come there, right? But once the community gets built up, then now the businesses start to come back. Right. So when the businesses come back, once the businesses come back, then the property value goes up. But then people want to move into the neighborhood because now there's a Walmart here. There's a Whole Food here. You see what I'm saying? It's a versus just, I ain't got nothing to look forward to goddamn, but there's a little corner store. They ain't got shit in here. They ain't even got a diet drink there I get. It's different, bro. Like, it's a lot of factors. I mean, a lot of different factors. And I can't knock somebody who, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to tell a Black person who could be offered a certain amount of money in the community that, you know, it ain't there yet. Like, it's not like when they sell a house, everything is already plush. You know what I'm saying? But you can see what is coming. But it's hard to tell that person who ain't never had much and finally got an opportunity to get a particular dollar amount and not take that money. You know what I'm saying? Just like it's hard for when a Black person get a business started and somebody comes to offer him $1 billion for that shit, like BET. Nigga, you can have this shit.
Listen, the sale of BET, the sale of BET and Motown is the biggest disgrace that could ever happen to Black
It
people.
really is when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Black
because
people,
you said it because it's Black, right? But if that was a white
no,
person, you'd be like, damn, that nigga came up.
no, Black people,
No,
Bill.
that's completely
That company,
that's completely
that
different.
company should have been offered as an IPO on something. That company should have been BT and should have been on the stock market being traded. It should have been sold to Black people.
Then Viacom come with that check, that nigga like, yo, I'm out. Make him an offer he can't refuse.
No, Black people bill him and him take the money and run. You saw the wedding that his wife had. There's a wedding that his wife, his wife divorced and she remarried. And she had this wedding, this princess wedding in Georgia.
Yeah. But even
Talking
BET
about,
at that time, BET wasn't thriving like that. Like the numbers wasn't like that shit was having its ups and downs. You know what I mean? Like, don't act like we wasn't watching BET like that. Other than some goddamn the rap top 10 countdown, Raps T. Like, we wasn't really invested in BET like that.
My parents was watching BET when it came out. They was like, that was their adequate source of news back in the day. So
Yeah,
it
look,
depends. When you say
news,
we, so you say we, man.
news came on
Say
like
we.
the news didn't come on that often. I mean, they had like a couple news like it was like I remember BET, like this shit didn't come on that often.
no, but what they could do, it could have been revamped all the time. New ideas, new fresh blood. They come in and they do what they do. Right?
They
But
didn't do that.
John
They played a
Cornelius
lot of
did that with Soul Train.
they played a lot of old shows that would really updated. That they
right.
didn't keep up with the time.
They didn't. That's the problem. He didn't keep up with the time. And when he got the opportunity and Viacom offered him $2 billion, he sold it. He sold it like it was.
Yeah, because like really, it's just different for us because of our situation. But normally, right, this is normally a businessman. That's really what he's in it for. Like to build it up to a point to where these large companies come off you being $1 $2 for.
Look at Berry.
Like vitamin water. Like
Look
vitamin
at
water was a small little shit. You know what I'm saying? And Coca-Cola came and bought that shit out for billions. But nobody is mad at that dude, the vitamin water dude who collected, because you know what I mean? We don't have an emotional connection to it like that. When it's Black, we look at it different.
Yeah, look at it this way. Microsoft just bought a company, a video game company, last week.
Activision.
Activision for $70 billion.
They can't.
70.
Activision won.
And so I understand when those white people want it, it's either they're going to lay down or they're going to get down. Because any which way, they're going to figure out a way to take it.
They're going to squeeze you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, squeeze you out. Just like there was a delivery service called Postmates. It was small. I mean, they built this shit up, and guess what? Uber bought it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Uber came through and bought it up. You know what I mean? They're like, okay. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Same thing. Jay-Z with Tidal. You know what I mean? Like
Is it sold as it? Is Tidal sold or Jay-Z still own?
Jay-Z sold that. He sold that shit. He sold that shit. I think the dude that owned dude that used to own Twitter was like Jack Dorsey or some shit like
Yeah.
that.
And he sold the alcohol that he
Yeah,
had.
yeah. But that's normally what they're looking to do though. Like the chances of them being able to keep it and maintain it and take it to that, like you talk about the liquor business. You know what I'm saying? Like the chance of you overtaking the top, like it's like you said, niggas are so far behind, like you hundreds of years behind. I mean, like, so when tequila comes and say, yo, okay, listen, you made X amount, 500 million, you paid this amount, look, 2 billion. What you gonna say? Nah, man, my people, bro.
Tyler Perry said he'll never sell none of his properties because he gonna pass that down to his son.
Yeah, Tyler Perry different. Like he built like Tyler Perry. I respect what he did, but he was
Tyler
able
Perry's
to.
still a businessman.
Yeah, but yeah, I respect Tyler Perry, but he was able to keep shit popping,
Uh,
and he kept it up with the time. He was putting out
uh,
show after show on TBS. He had the play shit going. He was doing the Tyler Perry play. The movie was doing well. He took that shit and bought a studio. Got a dope ass studio here in Georgia. You know what I'm saying?
But
He
he's
do
never
you
gonna
think?
sell
don't
Do you
need
think?
him
millions
to
though.
sell because
All
he's
right.
still.
Do you think that if Disney approached Tyler this week, I said Tyler, we're offering you 5 billion for your production company.
Shit,
You
he
think
take
that
more
Disney
than
would
that.
sell?
He'll take
You
more
think?
than that.
No, it
Tyler
wouldn't take more
Perry,
than
he
that.
said he ain't gonna sell Medea.
He would take more than that. Yeah, a lot of niggas said they ain't gonna sell, but you know, the money right. But I mean, he does so well. I mean, he's doing so well now. Like it wouldn't be no need for him. I don't think it'd be a need.
Hmm. Yeah,
See,
because
Rod Rich trying to get in.
when you look at it, all right. So how will we grow if white people could always take the stuff?
Yeah, Rod Rich, you gotta connect your mic, bro. Yeah, I see your video shit, but I don't see the mic connected.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Dang. I can't even. Yeah. You guys can send them like a text message. Look at these motherfucking Hispanics. Oh my God, these niggas, man. It's part any fucking word, man. Oh my bad. Yeah.
Oh, he got it.
Send them a direct chat.
Yeah, he got it. I see the mic. I see it. It's on now.
God damn these niggas, man.
That's racism, bro.
Shit.
That's
Yeah.
racism, bro.
I mean, some stereotypes is real. Getting black, Hispanic,
Yeah.
white, Chinese, some shit be real.
Most stereotypes are accurate. Like a lot of people don't like that, but that's true. Most stereotypes are accurate. It is.
Yeah.
It's just like both is just accurate.
What was 2P saying?
No, I'm saying that. How can we develop into superpowers as soon as we get something that look like it can grow? White people come pay money for it.
It takes time, stupid. We got to get to the point to where we ain't hurting for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like
we took them out. Yeah, it's really not a week.
Good evening, fellas. How y'all doing tonight?
Good.
Good. It's good.
Yeah, I'm just getting in here. So I didn't hear a lot of the stuff. So what do y'all think about the topic, like in general? Should we just scratch the Black Power thing? Is it over with? Like,
No, we just kind of.
No, it'll never be over with.
We're right in the pocket. We're just moving. You know what I mean? All this still sitting around that.
Then Black power have to do with black wealth, because without wealth you don't have power, especially in this country. How America is built upon wealth. We're talking about the robber barons, A&E History Channel had a beautiful documentary where they talked about the robber barons, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Stanley Morgans, and these dudes well still after the Civil War. These dudes got wealthy, and the wealth still influencing America today.
Yeah.
Right. I want to give my
Go ahead, bro.
my opinion on it. I really do think we need to drop it. I think because the Black Power thing is like we live in the past too much with it. Like we don't move forward. It's too much of they did this and they did that. Like, you know what I'm saying? We in our own way right now. We got to get out of our own way. We got to get with science. Just get with knowledge, get in politics, like stuff like that. These are the things that we need to start implicating to our kids and pushing on our kids and start, getting into what they're into. I mean, we're here now. Ain't no need to cry about what happened in the past. Know where we came from. You know what I mean? And then elevate on that. Like living in the past and taking on all these religions and all that crazy stuff. That's a wait and see program. Like we waiting on something to happen for us. Like that's like waiting on the lottery, And if we keep on teaching our generations to come that, then we always going to be the last in line. I think we need to just drop that Black Power shit. You know what I mean? Know who we are as a people, and then move forward. And that's just my take on it.
No, that shit. That's my take too. Shit.
I agree 100. I agree 100%, man.
Concrete Curry, what's up, man?
What up, Bombay?
Peace.
I'm just jumping in and like Social said, it's like double dutch for me, man. I just get in where I think I fit in. Most of the time, I probably don't even fit in, though. You know what I'm saying? I just be thinking.
We'll make space.
What you say, Stu P?
We'll make space. We'll make space.
Right. Y'all make some. Y'all excuse me. Y'all know like that nigga. He kind of slow, so we gonna excuse that nigga a little bit.
You need to travel on a Jamaican bus. The bus is never full. It is never full. There's always space for one more.
One more. It's always space for one more. It's like a Mexican. It's like Mexicans in the car, man.
There's always space for one more.
Oh, you got to see that shit, bro. It is fucking hilarious. It's a must.
Hey, I grew up in Little Mexico, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I know all about the essays, man. They get down how they feel like, man. They do what they want.
What do you think about black wealth? You think that we readily give away our wealth, our value for money?
Like black wealth, is that what you said?
BET was sold. Motown was sold. Those are wealth generating situations.
That's a good point. But I wanted to kind of comment or segue on my man's comment that came in. I thought that was not only a good question, but I thought that was well articulated as far as what he laid out about his opinion, his personal opinion. And I, like I said, I agree with most of with pretty much all of it, really. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to just add a couple things to what he said. Because I just had I kind of heard a piece of it like on YouTube, and then I was kind of jumping over and connecting it to Zoom, so I didn't hear like all of it, but most of it I heard I did agree to. But I just wanted to say, like, it the Black Power, it's separation politics. It's no different than white supremacy, man. To me, it keeps. And like most of the people who are racist white supremacists per se, who believe that white people should be separate from black people, or that the Hispanics is trying to come over and take over the whole United States, or whatever the talking points or belief system that the racism white supremacy has. Usually those people probably like live in a trailer park and shit like that. Those people have no power. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the same with the Black Power people. Usually these people are, they don't do so
broke.
well.
They broke, brother. They broke. They're broke.
Yeah.
I think you're trying to find a nice way to say it. They're broke.
Yeah.
Living in grandma's basement, all that type stuff.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And so I just, kind of want to draw that line, draw that parallel, how, Black supremacy or Black power and white supremacy is headed down the same road, and it's a road of ignorance. You know what I'm saying? I had to come to a realization. I don't know if I believe I might have had this discussion on this channel before. I might not, I don't know. But I had to come to a realization. I'm sorry, can y'all still hear me? Pretty good?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to come to a realization that racist white people who are racist that are white, usually are ignorant and uneducated, and have very little life experience outside of the trailer park or whatever neighborhood there is. And then I came to another realization that you could be a white person, right, and grow up and live in a town that you never come in contact with a Black person. You know what I mean? You can literally be a white person and live in America and never actually come in contact with a Black person. There are towns that you can be in
Utah,
and do that.
Places in Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota. Word.
No, it's places here in Indiana that you could actually grow up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
I'll just point out a few of them. You're right.
Yeah. So I've learned to be a little more empathetic rather than controversial with those type of people. So now I know that they just ignorant. They don't have any life experience, and what they've been exposed to is what they saw on TV about the Black people. You know what I'm saying? So the only time these people ever come in contact with a Black person is what they saw on TV. And then you turn to to the music, you turn to the news, you turn whatever channel, you got Black people on there being negative, being that stereotypical Black person. Like Umbaya said, stereotypes usually ain't that far off. You know what I'm saying? And especially through the veil of ignorance, it really looks like, even me, like, I'm a working family man, right? But like, if you look at, like, sometimes when maybe if I'm coming from the gym, I might got on my Jordans, my sweatpants, and maybe a hoodie. You know what I'm saying? I have that look. That's stereotypical look. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you got to just be aware of those things. You know what I mean? And but I just, like I said, I've learned, and as I've grown and I have different life experiences, I've grown to kind of empathize and kind of be more understanding of different situations in life. And I just wanted to bring that out and throw that out there to y'all and see what y'all thought about that. Like, as y'all grow, do y'all have
let me
like
rebut.
same
I'll say one
disdain?
thing.
Let me rebut. Let me rebut. The
No,
problem with
no.
it is,
Let me say something first. Let me say something first.
Go
And then,
ahead.
all right, I'm gonna tell y'all exactly what people my age are really thinking about. We're thinking about how can we make money? How can I put money in my pocket? I don't care nothing about Greenberg's telescope, the Big Bang. I don't care nothing about none of that. What can I do to make money? How is this gonna help
Mhm.
me make money? We don't care nothing about
Education.
scientific literacy. We don't care about that either. What are we
Get to the
gonna
That gets some
bag.
money in your pocket though.
That's
how
how
we
you get
That
to the
gets some
bag.
money in
Is
your pocket
scientific literacy.
though.
Yep.
how
Yeah.
we gonna make money? Because this stuff ain't interesting. It's not interesting to people my age. So we for
Absolutely.
real,
Ah,
we not even listening. So for real, we not
Mhm.
even really listening to people that's 40 and older and up. So
Yeah.
like, you know how many employment
can I,
opportunities you would have with scientific literacy? You know how many employment opportunities you have?
but
Like,
but
sky's
can
the
I
limit.
reboot?
I'm just
Hold
saying
on.
though, we don't people my age and younger don't care about none of that. How are we gonna
Uh,
get this?
can I rebut? A lot of people, many people. Let me use this time. Let
Hey,
me use
hey,
this
Stu
time.
P, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
No,
Stu
let's
P.
two pieces. Go ahead, man. He was in the
Go
middle
ahead,
of.
Stu
Go
P.
ahead.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Stu P.
Stu.
A lot of people don't understand this. Growing up, I grew up under the education system that we grew up in the Caribbean
Yeah,
is fashion.
let's all
Is
get a
fashion.
cipher. Stupid, somebody, me, let's all pass
Yeah.
it. Yeah, go ahead.
The education system that I grew up under is based on the English system, the European system. We learned about Shakespeare, we learned about Greece, we learned about Athens, we learned about Rome, we learned about all of the people, all the white people, great heroes. We learned about the situation, the battles they fought. We learned about Napoleon when they did sixth form history. The situation is this: white people don't forget who they are. It is important to them. Sometimes when you hear them talk, and sometimes that the more educated ones, if you're around very educated white people and you hear them talk, it's like is a language, a culture they use. They remember who they are. Why I'm saying that? I'm saying that to say this: we as a people, although slavery was difficult, it is only a fraction of our history. And we must not forget it. And we must remember that. Because unless you have a foundation.
You lost, please. I don't know what happened.
You went
I
out,
think
Stu
something
P.
happened with your mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Mhm.
What I was saying that unless we as a people know who we are and where we are coming from, we cannot go forward with all this scattered
That's
in.
debatable.
You know, that statement right there, that deserves a whole like conversation in itself right there. Like,
Not
Right.
really.
you know, if we don't remember
Yes,
who
it
we
does.
are, we can't move forward. That's a very I don't know what that statement to me that definitely deserves a conversation. You know, I think we should have a conversation around that.
Here's the
Everybody
thing, though.
else remember who they are.
If you ask people who are
Yeah,
my
but
age,
we
like,
think
what's
we're
the biggest
Moors, Native Americans, Hebrews.
no.
Exactly.
But that's not who we are. That's the result of we not knowing who we are. We're stealing the identities of other people because we don't know who
What
we are. We're claiming to be Hebrews or Jews. We're claiming to be North American Indians. Black people claiming to be Indians that we were here before Columbus. Black people claiming to be Jews. Black people soon claim to be Chinese.
But that ain't gonna stop.
Exactly. So we gotta know who we are first.
Yeah. Hold on. Can I say something before I go on mute? Because I'm going to go mute in a second. It's about to be noisy. Yeah, so I agree with Concrete Corey.
Mhm.
I agree with Concrete Corey. That's going to be the topic for itself because, like, a lot of black folks are split on who they are and they're convinced on who they are. So, that's going to be a whole, like, debate there. But I just want to go back, and you guys can stay right there if you want. I just want to go back for a second. piggyback what Concrete Court and the brother before him was saying, that yeah, man, when it comes to like politics and voting, even like young and not knowing much about it, like even when I was like in the Nation of Islam, some pseudo shit, I felt like even then I felt like black folks primarily, especially the ones that didn't want to work, like it was no question they voting Democrat because they felt like the Republicans, they're going to do welfare reform or end welfare or make stipulations, make them work, certain hours. And like they just really wasn't about that life at all. They just want to collect a check and that's it. And homeless people and all these other assistance that they were getting, like they just felt like that needs to be perpetual. So like they were voting Democrat just on that alone. It was no doubt who is voting for. So, and I agree with the white right radical racist stuff. You look at them, look deeply at them and what they're doing in life. Like they're the low level whites. They're the ones working at Starbucks. You dig? That's right. So LA Fitness with the most radical racist views. I agree with that. And then on the flip side, if you look, and I've been noticed this. I said something before, like the so-called conscious community or talking that radical stuff. I think Polite was saying that, like one dude working at I don't know if the story is true or not, but possibly he said one guy was a waiter at what's that, Taco Bell or Red Lobster or something like that. But you know what I mean? But on his off days he killed Whitey, but he nice as hell at his job. So I always felt that same radical craziness, viewpoint. But luckily, I know it's a small sect of black folks that believe like that. Like the average black folk ain't thinking about damn separation or else. Like they thinking nah. Now we're over here trying to separate while everybody in the world trying to integrate and join our politics and merge in with America. We trying to go voluntarily be a third world nation and shit. So
Who is we?
that's pretty much
You're speaking in general.
black folks who believe like that. The sect of black folks that believe in separation or else,
right?
Or nothing
the black
else.
power, the black power.
Right.
Black Panthers never.
Can I say something right quick?
I'm gonna go on mute.
Go ahead.
Can I say
I don't know why
separation
I'm
from white
thinking
people?
like I'm hosting the show and shit. Y'all do y'all thing. I just got a habit of that shit. Like telling everybody, like, yeah, you go, this you go.
No. We need that. We need that's a born leader. You dig?
For the brother Perry Mason. And when you said that like y'all, at your age, y'all don't care about the science stuff. You just worry about getting money. So getting money is like starting a business, right?
Yeah.
All right. So don't you know that they got a degree, science and business?
What I'm saying is
it's a method, right? Like it's a scientific method to enter business. So that's why I say we need to be scientifically literate.
What I'm saying is,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, he want the quick bag though. Go ahead, Adrian. Tell him what kind of bag you looking for. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is,
right.
We do not care about the big bang. We care about making money. Like that's not no interest us. If you ask somebody around my age, like, man, like what you trying to do? I'm trying to make money. Like we don't care about.
Right. So you in other words, you want everything microwave. You want everything microwave.
What I'm saying is about
no, it's not him. He's talking about people in his generation.
But here's the thing, though. Let me tell you why that statement.
And you have to be able to microwave it in this day and age, though.
Let me
Go ahead, John.
Go ahead. Though, because like, science and technology, they walk hand in hand. So I'm saying the better the technology, the better the science, the better technology. So when you talk about when we look at if you look at the community, right, Black Power, like in our community, most of the conversation is centered around the past. They didn't talk about the future. Then so it's like we want to live back with goddamn fucking Kwame and them shit. It's like nah. It's like okay, yeah, they did what they did. Now what we gonna do? what I'm saying? They
People
did
y'all
all that
age
shit to
talk.
put us
That's
in
people
position.
y'all age say that though.
All
Well,
right.
well,
Concrete Corey.
Yeah, that's
let
like
me
my
hey,
grandfather's business,
let me
though, right,
finish.
Sosa?
Let me finish my bill right quick.
Let me tell you about because what Sosa said just kind of reminded me of
All
my
right,
grandfather's
okay. I
business.
apologize.
And so like my grandfather, he never owned a bobcat. He had a dump truck, but he didn't have and I still have his dump truck, but he never had a bobcat, a mini excavator. Like right now, I got a electric jackhammer. It's called a T9000. Like my grandfather would have never.
Okay.
He probably would have slapped me upside my head if I would even suggested that he bought that. Right? Well, you know the way and that's the equipment that I use to do demo. Right? So if I come and replace your driveway, you would need to have your old driveway tore out. Right? So I need to have a bobcat and a jackhammer, you know what I'm saying, in a dump truck, right? But see, my grandfather, what he gonna do, he gonna pull up over your crib with the dump truck, a sledgehammer, and a pickaxe, and my little young ass. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna be out there swinging that sledgehammer and using that pickaxe and picking it up with a wheelbarrow, putting it in a wheelbarrow, wheeling it to the dump truck, and then picking up each piece of rubble and throwing it into the dump truck. So, you know, like the shit I'm doing in a half a day, right? In 4 hours, right? It took us when my grandfather was alive, it took us 3 days. You know what I'm saying? And I'm doing it in 4 hours now. You know, and that's and the thing is, like, you can't stay stagnant. So like I use his dump truck, right? But I'm like, yo, I can't do this. Like, I gotta get my money together so I can get a bobcat and a jackhammer. You know, you have to be able to build upon what they left behind. So Martin Luther King, the Black Panther Party, what have you in the Black community. You have to take what they did and you have to be able to build on it. But not just them, not just the Black power community, though. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at humans all together. So there's things that you can use that white people have done, and you can build upon that and use that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that knowledge needs to be used and put to like I said, a good use or whatever. So I just wanted to say that, because Sosa just, that kind of segued me over there, and the way that stays stagnant. You know what I'm saying?
Concrete Corey.
Mhm.
Yeah, concrete.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
You said something a while ago, what is brilliant. You said something a while ago that is brilliant. And it agree, it totally validate everything I'm saying. You see, although your grandfather never know the value of an electric sledgehammer or a bobcat, because probably he had other things to do with the resources, he instilled in you a safety net, that he gave you a skill. You had a grandfather there who gave you a skill that you're living off today, and living well too. Because to do a new driveway is not pennies, and it's not pennies, so we're not even going down that road, right? But this is what I'm saying. We talk about science and we talk about STEM, right? The other day I was just fooling around learning HTML, JavaScript, and the other language, just doing it just for fun, and so I wanted to do a website. And then I got deeper into it and said, all right, I can do a little programming. And I said, all right, I'm going to build a PC. Now, for poor black children in the inner city, a PC is to build a decent PC to do good stuff with. You're looking at $2,000. The video card alone.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, the video card alone in today's market is $1,000 piece of equipment. Right? So our opportunity to explore STEM is limited by our resources. And we never have a grandfather who left us a truck. It might not be the best truck in the world, but that truck has paid for itself 1,000,000 times over.
Oh, you know, and that's the
Right?
thing.
Right.
Go ahead. Are you done? I think I'm biased. I don't know what's going on when I'm biased.
Unbiased, mute the mic. Yeah, but that is
Yeah,
it. That is what
baby.
we need. That is
Go
what we
ahead,
need.
CPs.
Honestly, concrete.
Hey, somebody message him and tell him mute up.
Yeah, we as
Oh,
black
he
people.
did.
Yeah, we as black people have to say, all right, today is the first day. Today is the first day. What is the 25-year plan? We have to do it like the Chinese. There is this Chinese runner that ran in the 100-meter finals. He didn't win, but he was the first Chinese to run under 10 seconds. People used to say Chinese people can't run that fast, but he had a 10-year plan. It took him 10 years. He changed how he ran. He changed his whole system of running, and he ran under 10 seconds. Breaking 10 seconds is a big deal, especially if you're a little short 5'8" Chinese guy. What is our 20? What is our 20-year plan? What is the goal? And that is what Black people is not telling us. What is the goal and how we can achieve it? And until that we need to say stop the foolishness unless you have a 20-year plan. And we're not talking an economic plan like one whole heap of words and verbiage, the black economic plan. We're not talking a stupid plan like that. We're talking sensible, step by step. So listen, we're babies now. What is the 25-year plan? Yeah.
Okay. We always talk about in the black. I think we should drop we just need to scratch that black power shit, because like you said before, we don't have no power in America. So that black power shit, we need to get rid of it. Another reason why I say that, if I'm saying anything wrong, just correct me. I think it's like 40 million black people in America.
Yeah, they're about 44 million.
Close, yeah. Yeah.
About 44 million. And so it's like 300 million white people.
Somewhere around.
Somewhere like that, yeah.
200 and 100 Hispanic.
No, it's more than 200.
Okay, so
no, it's more. It's live. It's close to 300 million. It's close to 300 million white people. Yeah, go ahead.
So where is the power? Do you think 40 million black people, right? And we can't count the whole 40 million because some of them, But let's just say everybody together, right? Do you think 40 million people without guns, without spears, knives, none of that shit, can beat damn near 300 million white people?
You don't have to beat them. Let me tell you why.
Hold on, right quick. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Can we, so without guns or anything, off of the hand, can we beat them? I just want that answer.
All right. Let me answer that. Let me answer that with this.
No,
let me answer with this.
Is a yes or a no? Like 40 million black people.
Yes, we can.
Listen, I'm trying to get somewhere with it. I said
yes.
40 million black people.
Yes.
So 10% of the population cannot.
So what you're saying is
they're not going to
can
overwhelm
beat.
The rest of the population.
So what you're saying is that you can beat 5 motherfuckers off your hand by yourself.
Let me explain how you beat them.
No, brother. Answer the question.
No.
Could you beat 5 people off your hands by yourself? Because that's the odds. Like 40 million, and let's say it's 200 million, right?
Let's
so that's 1 against 5. That's 1 against 5. Can you beat 5 people by yourself off your hands?
That's possible.
Yes, and let me tell you how now. We can beat them like how the Asian beat them. Who have the highest income per capita in America? White people or Asian? White people are Chinese.
No.
Stop.
Fighting. I'm talking about actual fighting, brother. I'm not. Brother, listen. Because the Black Power movement. Hold on, real quick. The Black Power movement talk about going to war. This is what I'm saying.
You have different kind of war, dude. You're looking at it simple.
They're not. They're talking about kill
They're not
whitey.
talking
They're
about that.
not
It's not.
talking
No,
about.
I don't think that. I
Stop
don't
that.
think the
Stop that.
Black
Stop that.
Power is
No, Black
necessarily
Power is
saying
not
that.
So
talking
the
about
Black
that.
Power movie ain't
It's not
talking about kill whitey.
No,
Not necessarily.
not necessarily.
Yes.
Listen. Let me finish. Let me say this. Concrete core. The
Go ahead.
Asian have beat the Americans in America. The Asian have the highest income. Let me finish, please. Have the highest income per
I
capita.
wasn't finished though, brother. I got what you're saying. I was just asking a question, but I just wanted to finish my bill. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you do, and then I'm gonna come back in. Go ahead.
There is more to a war. A war is not a physical war. The Jews have won in America. Jews have won in America. Have they killed anybody? What's the percentage of the Jews in America? What percentage of the population are they? What percentage? What the percentage?
Because the Jews is white.
Yeah.
Like that's just
Right. But all right, let's use the Asian and let's use the Chinese. And the Arabs moving up now. Look at them winning. Look at them win. We can win within the system.
The Mexicans winning more than us.
Then you're validating my point. Everything you're saying is validating my point.
Right, but your point is not my point. I was talking about the Black Power movement. Like, okay, do you consider Farrakhan Black Power movement?
No.
You don't.
No,
you don't think? You don't. Yes, they are. Farrakhan said we should run up on them boy and go to war.
Farrakhan is not Black Power.
And go through the ultimate death. I think Farrakhan is Black Power movement. That's where I'm at with the Black Power movement.
Farrakhan is in bed with Scientology. Bro. Like he deal with white people.
Farrakhan, listen.
Yeah,
Farrakhan,
but that's what he said. He said it's time to do the ultimate death, like die, like go ahead and run up on them and start killing them, let them kill you all
He
didn't say that. He walked that back. He didn't say that.
Yeah.
Stop.
Right, but okay. So what I'm saying, Ambias had a show a couple of weeks ago, and I was talking to a guy. He's a Muslim, and I was saying the same thing about the 40 million, 200 million. We can't win off the hand, so let's stop speaking the Black Power thing. And I was taught, maybe it's not true, but it sounds goddamn good, and it sounds like something we need to do. I was taught that the KKK, when they got shut down by the United States, they took their money, sent their kids to school, still taught them white privilege, white hate, white man is a thing, put them in and made them our presidents, politicians, sheriffs, governors.
No, because they all was
that.
in the damn trailer park, the KKK. Like they was out,
Right,
they was out running around with hoods on their goddamn heads. Hold on, let me tell you about
and
the KKK.
I was just saying that's what I was. That's what I heard. That's what I was talking about.
Because these dudes
it sounds like a good ass but it sounds like a good ass idea.
Right? It does, but
so what I was saying is,
these dudes
so what
was
I was
running
saying
around
is,
burning crosses on people's
no, I got
lawns.
what you're saying, brother.
Yeah,
that's why I say that's what I heard. Not saying that it's true.
All right.
That's what I heard. But then what I was saying is, brother, can I just finish it off so you can get where I'm going at?
Go ahead, bro.
But what I was saying is, it's a good ass idea. Why don't we take our money, right? Send our kids to school. Let them be our presidents and politicians and stuff. Let them know their assignment. Man, you got kids out here who are great in school. We might lose some of them, of course. But we can set up our own college funds. It ain't that much money. Say a kid got to go to school for 4 years for $40,000.
50,000. It's 50,000 right now.
So 1,000 of us. How much is it?
It costs 50,000 for a good education.
Okay, so 50,000, right? So 1,000 of us, Black Power people who push this Black Power shit, 1,000 of us put in $50.
Can I say something now?
I'm just saying that one child for $50.
Hold on. I understand what you're saying.
$50 on a meal, bro. What are we doing?
hold on a second. Hold on. Let me say something now, please. I realize where you're going. You have a problem with the word Black Power movement, but
No,
what you
I'm just
no, hold on.
being
Please let me
I'm
finish.
being
Let me
funny when
finish.
I say
Let
that,
me
bro.
finish. Let me finish.
I'm
Hold on.
not that.
Hold on.
Nobody
Let
even
me
put it
finish.
like that. I'm
Let me
just being funny.
let me rephrase. Let me
Because I'm not a
let me
part of the Black
hold on.
Power movement, but
Hold
I
on.
would like to put a child in school for
Hold on.
$50
Hold on. Oh,
if
you
999 other one of us are going
We
to put
heard
in
you.
Yeah,
Hold on a
but
$50.
second.
we
Like
don't want
that's
to
Hold on.
talk
nothing.
because I want
Hold on.
everybody's
Let me say
making
something.
good points, and I want to
Let
hear
me say.
everybody. Go ahead, though.
Let me say what I'm saying now.
Make a
What you
statement
are
there. Let somebody
expressing?
else get in there real
Yeah,
quick.
when I finish, yeah. What he's saying, $50 person is still using black power, black economic power. So you might call it a different thing. I don't like the word black power, but unless we decide as a people to formulate a plan to say where we're going from here and get into the system and start voting and probably get our politicians to assist black students to go to school, to get better programs
Or
to help black students more.
teach our students what the assignment is and
We do
send
not
them
have the
to school
resources.
and we
We
pay
do
for
not
it.
have the resources in our community. We don't have the resources to
That's
send
why
1,000 black
1,000 of
children.
us put in $50 a piece, and that's $50,000.
That's one
We
child.
do have the
That's one
resources.
child. That's
Yeah,
one child.
yeah, and let me say, Stu Pease, I think in this is in the Black community, just in general, period. I think we misunderstand what we do when we pay taxes. So what we all of that's our money. The United States government, when we pay taxes, we are a part of the United States. So we need to take advantage of the programs and the politics in the United States. We need to be participating in the United States economic situation. So what we need to be doing, right, instead of getting 1,000 people and putting up this money to send one kid to college, right? What we need to do is start educating our kids in politics so that they can get themselves involved, so that they can become or not only our kids, but we need to start getting ourselves involved in voting and putting people in place that will write legislation. You know what I'm saying? That makes it easy.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said.
But
That's
brother,
exactly
we
what I
all
said.
three say the same thing. When
No,
I
you're saying a
said
different thing.
I
You're
did
saying
say
a
the
different
same thing.
thing.
I said
My
let them
basic
know
thing is let's
hold on,
participate.
can I just say it right quick?
Go ahead,
Say it right quick? I said let them know the assignment.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Absolutely.
what I said.
But my thing is, let's participate. Let's be Americans. Let's participate in America, not the Black community. That's where we losing. That's where
Let
we
them know the
losing at.
assignment. Let them
You
know
know
who we are,
We agree,
where
bro.
we are.
We agree.
Okay, I see that.
We agree with that.
Definitely. And
And I
like I said, we agree. And I just want to reiterate that, you know, policy, legislation is the bottom line. And we like I said, we need to participate. Y'all pay taxes, man. Everybody pay taxes. So all of the, anti-government sentiment, all of the, we want to be by ourselves and in the Black community and all of that, you're losing the battle when you say the word Black community. And when you're living in the United States, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you pay taxes here. This is your country as much as them 300 million white people is, right? It's equally your country just as much as it is their country, because you are an American, not because you the 40 million people with a dark color of skin.
Right.
Concrete
You know what I'm
Corey.
saying?
Concrete Corey. Can I ask you a question, please?
Hold on,
One
Stu
quick
P.
question.
Hold on,
No.
Stu P.
All right, somebody else go. Somebody else
Go
go.
ahead. Go ahead.
And I just want to say too, and I agree that 25-year plan, cool, right? Because you talking about from now going forward, and that's the main shit for me. Going forward, bro. Because 25 years starting from goddamn Martin Luther King, that only gets you to 1985. We ain't even, you know what I'm saying? We still 37 years between 2022. You know what I'm saying? So I just think like we gotta be more forward thinking. As far, you know what I'm saying? And going forward, technology is going forward. Science is
And
going
I think
forward, bro. Everything
and
else
I
is
think
going
with
back.
each and every and I think that what each and everyone else said could be a part of the 20-year plan, 25-year plan.
Of course.
What I said, what Concrete Corey said, what Stu P said, all can be a part of the 25-year plan. So none of us said anything wrong. And when I was speaking about the 40 million in America, I wasn't being
I know you was
facetious. I wasn't trying to.
you was kind of clowning. I know it was.
Yeah, I was just
Because a
kind
lot
of
of niggas come
clowning
on
like
and say the same shit like we need to get these guns and go on.
we need to get these guns and we need to go to war and we can kill them all because it was 100 years. It was in 1914. Their reign was over, so it's not tough. And listen.
Yeah, I know. Revolution ain't never been.
Hey, let me Sosa. Let me tell you what the game changer is. Let me tell you what people overlook, right? And it's what I talked about earlier, right? It's all how you stop the stigmas that Black people go through, like my man is talking about, and how you keep them from going down the Black power rabbit hole, and how you keep them off the streets, and from joining gangs and being gang bangers, right? It's through generational wealth. So the way you know for sure that you're gonna stop it. Like, so my dad, he ended up going to college, right? But he was the first one in my family to go to college, right? But for the most part, like, people in my family, like, they end up dropping out of high school and having kids early. Even though my dad went to college, when I was born, they was 17 years old, him and my mom. You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is, being able to pass something down is how you stop it. It's how you stop the pattern. You know what I'm saying? So when you looking to better yourself, you always want to think about passing something down to the next generation, because that's how I was able to better myself through my grandfather's hard work.
Just a goddamn car, like, God, give a nigga
something. Just something worth something that appreciates with value. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Concrete Corey, you believe in pulling yourself up by the bootstrap? I don't believe in that.
No, I don't believe that. No. We humans. Human beings are a social species. We need each other to pull each other up. It's no such thing. And then not only that, Black people didn't have no damn bootstraps. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't got nothing to pull ourselves up with. You know what I mean?
All right, let me finish up with what I said now. In 1950, Singapore, everybody can look up this. Singapore was one of the poorest countries in the world in 1950. When they elect this leader, Lee Kuan Yew, Leekwanyew, and he started to educate his people. I feel like our Black leaders, what I want to be Malcolm X, Louis Farrakhan. I'm not going to say Martin Luther King because he handed the baton as far as he could. But Jesse James, that slick back head one note that came on CNN. What's his name?
Jesse Jackson.
Oh, Jesse Jackson.
Jesse Jackson. And what's the next one name? The other one. What other one will always show up whenever there is a shooting? Al Sharpton. I believe that they have let us down. And this is what I'm going to say. They never instilled the tools in us to say, listen, we are here. Become a part of the system. Let's vote. Let's get our children.
They did say that.
XYZ.
They did say that.
But they don't say no, they're not.
Not necessarily. So I kind of.
Jesse ran for president. Like,
right, but
Jesse.
They don't.
I mean, listen, I ain't saying it was perfect, but I just feel like too. I get what y'all saying. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? It's like
one person. What I'm saying is that one person can make a difference. And that's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying, like,
it starts
we can't
This
be so.
I
avalanche
think
starts
they
with a
grifted.
pebble.
I think they
Yeah,
was grifters. That's what I think.
I do think they might have, but I'm saying like we can't let like two niggas can't be the goddamn our downfall. Like,
No,
like
no,
we
no,
gotta
I'm
no,
be,
not,
no, no.
no,
I
no, I'm
wouldn't
not
blame
saying
it
that they
for
were
our
the down.
we
downfall.
gotta be, we gotta be able to survive Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton.
right.
We got,
I'm saying,
It's our fault, but they
yeah, we
grifted.
fucked
They
up.
grifted like a motherfucker. I think they still grifted. They just like the one dude, the ambulance chase. What's his name? Benjamin
Sharp.
Crump.
Oh, Crump. Yeah.
Benjamin Crump. Like they all like you'll never hear from Al Sharpton until somebody gets shot, and then now you see his look big head ass. You know what I'm saying? Like his head big because he used to be fat and shit. It's funny as hell, man. Like he a funny character to me.
no, but you understand what I'm saying, Concrete.
Yeah, I get
Is that you understand what I'm saying, Sosa? What I'm saying is that even in my country, because when I look at Singapore, I look at Lee Kuan Yew and what he has done for his country, that Singapore is one of the richest country in the world, one of the cleanest country in the world, and
it's hard to
a lot.
compare, though. We can't compare
No,
Singapore to us.
no, Singapore started poor. But
Nah,
listen,
but that's a whole,
the problem with we is that the problem with me is that we are going to say, I want civil liberties. I want to chew bubble gum and I want to be able to spit on the street. And in Singapore, you can't do that shit. I want to wear my pants all the way down my ass. In Singapore, you can't do that shit. I want to put graffiti on the wall. In Singapore, you can't do that shit. No, my question is, should we give up certain civil liberties as black people to achieve success?
No. I ain't give up no fucking civil liberties, nigga. Whatever
You
can
I
be
want
achieved can be
wanna-
achieved with them liberties right there.
I think we
I
go a
want to
little
bet
far
on
with it
what
though.
the prefix of Al and Jesse mean.
No, I ask a question. What do you think, Concrete? You think that should we give up civil liberties? Certain
Like what?
civil liberties.
Like
That's
what?
a complicated question, and you talked about like being able to, spit your gum on the ground and do that. I think in America, like it's too much of that. Like I think that's why America done got out of hand. Is because of what we think is our right. We think we have the right to shit on.
Cross-dressing.
We have the right to shit on other people, and I think that's kind of the wrong idea about rights. So I wouldn't mind some of that. Like, it's not a choice. Some things just ain't. I think we got a lot of too many choices in America, and some things shouldn't be a choice. And I think that's why Singapore. You gave them those examples in Singapore. I think those are some of the reasons why they do a little bit better economically, and probably the crime rate is probably a lot lower there too. Due to some of the things that
Zero.
some of the rights that they can't do, like shit all over each other, carry a gun in Walmart, carry an AR-15 in Walmart with 1,000-round clip. You know what I'm saying? Just to go get a bottle of a bucket of formula for your baby. You know what I'm saying? Like just shit that Americans do, and it kind of shits on everybody else. So like, I'm not too keen on like taking away rights, but some of the shit just maybe ain't your right that we think is your rights. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. No, because I have seen it, right? And all right, Cuba is a poor country. And no doubt that Castro took away a lot of rights. But 1 in 25 people in Cuba is a doctor. 1 in 25 is a nurse. 1 in 25 is an engineer. When you listen to those numbers, that's a hell of a lot of doctors, They have so much doctors that they export doctors to Africa, the Caribbean, all over the world. They have too much doctors. Right? They have too much nurses. They have too much engineer. Cars that were produced in the 1920s still running in Cuba today. And they
Yeah,
was
but them doctors
in America.
don't make no more than the niggas start. They're suffering though. The doctors don't make.
The doctors don't make any more than the farmers or the person who sell on the street. But what I'm saying is that your opportunity to educate your children to be self-sufficient. It's not sometimes it's not about the money. It's about the acknowledgement of self, to say who you are, how great you are, what you can accomplish.
Or just
Right.
having the knowledge to be able to be innovative is
Right.
you know. So yeah, I think the knowledge is valuable in itself. You know what I'm saying? But,
Yeah, it's just like I don't like close comparisons because those are whole. You talking about overhaul to the whole government system when you talk about what Cuba can do, what Cuba doing.
No.
That's a
I'm not
whole
talking about the
different.
government system. I'm talking about certain liberties that were given up in order
Yeah,
to achieve certain things, because you can't have it both ways, you know.
you talk about changing it, but if you talk about giving up liberties, though, you talk about altering the government system. You talk about moving away from a democratic society.
not
Now
necessarily
you would have to
moving
make
away from a
amendments to the
democratic
Constitution.
society.
You would have to
And I
change the
think that,
Constitution then. No,
and
you
I
have to
think
change
that
the
if we
Constitution.
send them, and I think if we send them kids to school and tell them the assignment, I think that we can accomplish that.
All right. I'm going to make this argument that democracy only works in white country for white people.
No, it works
Yeah.
with
America
people.
is like everybody.
I wouldn't
people.
say that. I think it works with people with
Hey,
with the same
United
agenda.
Kingdom ain't a democratic. The United Kingdom ain't a democratic country, is it?
Of course it is. Only white countries,
It is?
Yeah,
all
they have a
first world,
democracy.
all first world white countries are
Well,
democratic countries. There's no first
They
world
voting.
black
So,
country. There's no first world Chinese country that is really democratic.
So England is a democratic?
Yeah,
yeah. They
democracy,
vote, bro. Yeah.
democracy
They
mostly
have
work for white
parties. They have
countries.
a party system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see,
Go ahead.
I don't know about that, bro, because
Yeah,
like
look at it.
I don't see
Let's
niggas.
go to the
I thought
country.
the Queen. I thought the
see
Queen
niggas
run
flocking
there.
to. I don't see niggas flocking to Singapore, bro. Like
Yeah,
No, because you know why? You know why they don't flock to Singapore? Because in Singapore, you can't have the loud music in your car.
that
You
ain't why,
can't.
bro. That ain't why. See, you gotta
There are
like.
certain systems
I
in
know
place.
why. Because if you can't sing, then you're poor.
No,
This bullshit. Yeah.
hold on. I'm saying, but you're not you're at the same time you're negating the American plight, bro. Like we done went through dictatorship. Like this, the reason we have these different constitutions is because of all the shit we niggas done been through. That's why all this shit was established, so no one man can rule over the fucking whole shit.
Right.
Like what you're talking about is ripping down what we got and putting a Singapore. That shit ain't gonna happen, bro. That shit ain't gonna happen. That's just unrealistic. That's unrealistic.
I mean, compared to other countries, like you better stay in America.
I'm good.
No, I'm not saying nay to that. I was just putting it out there to say, listen, look at it. As democracy really work for black people? As democracy really work for black people?
Hey y'all, like for real, y'all.
And on a whole,
I'm not
talking
black
individually.
That black power should be talking against America. But if you move your ass somewhere else, you're gonna be in trouble.
I did not talk black. I never talked black.
I never said you did, brother.
No, he was using that as an example.
I never accused you of that. I never accused you of that. I'm just saying, like, we talk a lot of this. Oh, American government trying to do this, and they doing that, and they doing this. But if you move your ass to China, South Korea, shit like that, you're gonna be in trouble.
China's fighting for democracy. Them young kids is fighting for democracy.
They're fighting for it, but China will fuck you up if you steal. Man, I saw a thing where a 3-year-old stole an orange from the market and got 15 years hard labor. When the LeVar Ball son went there and they stole something from Gucci or some shit like that, they wasn't about to let them go. China don't bullshit. Like their laws are something serious.
All right, let's go back to the LeVar Ball situation because that's a situation we need to discuss. LeVar Ball's son is an idiot, and I'm going to tell you why he's an idiot.
But
Let
when
me
they
finish,
went to China, they stole something.
please.
Wasn't
Let me finish.
anybody give them hard labor for that shit?
Hold on. Let me finish saying this.
We talking about China.
Stop. Hold on, please. Let me finish, please. This dude who is wealthy went into a store and stole sunglasses. Is that the kind of liberties that we want? Is that the kind of liberties you want to defend? The ability to go and steal
what
sunglasses.
China about to do to them? That's my point. My point is,
on principle, him should get 10 years. On principle, that dude should have gotten 10 years.
Right.
On the principle of the situation, he should have gotten 10
everybody
years.
be talking bad about America.
Concrete Core, you understand what I'm saying?
You other countries and you're gonna be fucked.
Yeah, I hear what both of y'all saying. I hear you.
You understand what I'm saying, Concrete?
Saying just the
this
principle.
Dude is wealthy.
Right.
And he went into a Gucci store and stole sunglasses.
They
Principle
didn't
alone.
know he was wealthy. They didn't care about him being wealthy.
It wasn't about what they know. Listen to what I'm saying. He know he's wealthy. He drove up. Back home, he was driving a G-Wagon at the time.
Right, he's the dumbass. Yes, he's the dumbass. I agree with you.
So
what I'm saying is,
on principle alone, he should have gotten 10 years.
The different countries compared to America, you will get
we
away
heard you. Yeah.
with misdemeanor for stealing
but hold on.
in America.
Hold
and you will
on.
get a hard time in China.
Hold on. But you realize that but do you realize that he's still being punished in America? That young man is being punished for what he did in China.
Right, but he's going to get a misdemeanor.
No. Let me explain how he's being punished because you're not thinking about it. This young man has the talent to be on an NBA team, but because of his questionable character,
he's not that good, Stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's good. He's good enough to be 15 man on a team. He's good enough to be 15th on a team. I'm not talking about a star.
He's been picked up a couple of times and just couldn't make the team.
Because they took question him character all the time.
Just don't have the talent, bro. Like nigga, and so look at Antonio Brown. Not about character, about if you got the talent, nigga, to deal with your character. You got the talent, but he's not talented enough.
Exactly.
He's not talented enough. That's all it is.
All I'm saying is people can talk a shit about American government, but if you go to these other places, they're gonna tear your ass off. You go with the same mindset that you got right now.
There was this white girl in the 80s who went to Saudi Arabia, and when she stepped off the plane, she had on booty shorts and a little belly skin blouse. I was walking up and down in Saudi Arabia, and the Saudi Arabian religious police got a hold of her, and she got 10 lashes and sent home back on the next plane. When the white American boy went to Singapore and he was spraying graffiti on the car, he got 25 lashes and was put on a plane and sent back home. Let me finish saying what I said.
He's not trying to argue with you, Rob.
I'm not trying to argue with you. Hold on, let me say what I'm saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this to you, is that a lot of people have the liberties in America. And liberty is the opportunity to do what you can do and do what you want to do. And we're not realizing that you cannot go anywhere else with it. And we're not taking full opportunity of it here. But we're taking full opportunity to do bullshit. And when you go other places and do bullshit, when you go to Taiwan and carry drugs and get 50 years in prison for heroin, nobody gonna tell you about the tonloads of America will get locked up for that shit. Get 58 years and death sentence.
I just feel like that's
look up that show. If you look up a show, it's called Locked Up Abroad. Look at that show.
I'm just saying, like, I think that's just anecdotal, those two pieces. Like, we can't take the worst of situations of niggas did. Like, for most part, For that white boy that sprayed graffiti, it's been millions of white people that go there don't do that shit. And millions of white people that go to you gotta know you gotta know the cultural custom that's going on. That's not like that's not standard for Americans. We ain't just assholes across the board. Everywhere we go, we just pull our pants down like fuck it, nigga, we nah.
Yeah, we usually like when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That's kinda how it is.
No, but what I'm saying is, no, this is what I'm saying. No, let me finish. Let me finish saying this. Hold on.
Let me make a point, Sophia, because you rocking. Let me make a point real quick. Go ahead.
My point just was my point was just that democracy is winning compared to everybody else. That was my thing.
Yeah, hands down.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
I was saying, like, though, I agree. What, like, you want to have a democracy, right? But you kind of want to pare back a little bit of the, where because people don't understand, like, my rights end where yours begin. You know what I'm saying? People don't really understand that. So, like, the spitting the gum on the street example, the spraying graffiti, like, I think in America, like, it's too much of that. Like, it's my right, but it's not your right to shit on everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's too much of that in America, and I'm not saying like switch over, don't be a democracy, but I'm saying like some of the shit we need to pare it back a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's why you had these anti-mask. Yeah, that's why you had these people going in the stores and kicking over the mask section. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that, like crazy shit like that. They think that's their right to do that. But go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Democracy, and I can put this across, the only place democracy win is in white countries. All over the world, only place of democracy winning in America, only place democracy win is white country.
Okay, so what other system do you prefer?
I don't know.
You gotta know. You just shit on the bar. You can't just be like,
I'm not shitting on America.
She just saying it don't work in other countries.
I'm shitting on democracy for other people. I mean what Singapore have worked for them. What Singapore have worked for them.
We're talking about the system, democracy, not the Democrat. Not the Democrat and democracy. We're talking about democracy, period.
That's what I'm talking about, democracy, period. It only works in white country.
So Singapore has a dictatorship?
Yeah.
You think you want that?
No, but somewhere in between.
Just so you can have the clean street?
Huh? Somewhere in between. No. Somebody in between with moral. What we need is moral leadership.
Yeah. No, I don't think. No leadership. Leadership is terrible.
Yeah, you got. That's why I bang on that door, Corey. Because I feel like that. I feel like checks and balances, bro. Like that's why shit. That's why it's here. That's why checks and balances. Shit ain't get right. You can get voted out. That nigga you gotta kill that nigga.
All right, listen to this.
I'm scared of leadership. I don't like leaders.
All right, listen. Concrete, listen to this.
Go ahead.
Jesse Jackson's son. Jesse Jackson has paved a way, and his son was coming up to be greatness. And Jesse Jackson's son lost his opportunity because he wanted to wear Rolex watch. It shows a weakness of character. He took the money that people sent to him for run politics and went on a shopping spree with his wife. Misappropriations of funds. Leadership is important. And under democracy, certain democracy, there's no checks and balances. Where you can look at a Donald Trump now, who incited a January 6th riot, and he's not being held accountable.
Right, but that was off of
eventually he will be held accountable. That wasn't, and the reason why they're trying to hold him accountable because
in America is 3 forms of government. So for him to like he just committed tyranny, like, you get what I'm saying? So they look like they trying to lock his ass up for that. So that's why democracy is good, because no one is in power.
Yeah, nobody's
No,
above goddamn getting their hammer
nobody's in
slammed
power.
down.
Right. So, I think the judicial system is actually in power. That's what I think is in power.
Always.
The president, he ain't shit. The
That's
president,
a lie.
everybody looks at the president.
That's a
Oh,
lie. That's a lie. Because
Biden,
if you
Biden
Well,
did
they
this.
they they
Oh,
it's
Trump did that.
legislation. It's the power.
You know why they didn't like Trump? They didn't like Trump because he wasn't a yes man. He wasn't a politician. You get what I'm saying? So he
Well, that
said how
dude,
he
I'm so
felt.
tired of that talking point. The thing about
this
Trump
this
is
dude.
as a grifter.
You're right.
He's a
He
grifter.
said how he felt, and they couldn't
He's a
control him.
grifter.
Yeah.
He said how they felt. He was
But hold on, when you're the leader of the free world, you just can't say how you feel.
right, but why put him? I feel, this is my opinion. I feel like they put him in office for a backlash of Obama to feel like the American presidency is a joke.
Yeah, that was the voters who did that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the voters who put
Right,
him
right.
in.
And remember the voters, because Hillary won, remember? But the Electoral College picked him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because she didn't win the key states.
So I think it was
he
like,
won
okay,
he won the votes.
anybody actually can be president.
No,
Yeah,
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. People like to undermine. People like to undermine the impact of Obama. Probably you will not know the impact of Obama till the next 30, 40 years when children study his presidency in 50 years.
Obama was probably the most consequential president in the past like 40 years, probably. Obama
Obama actually was a politician.
Hold on a second. Hold on, let me talk. Dude,
stop
stop talking. Dude, stop. Let me finish.
Okay,
please.
I'll stop.
You're cutting. Stop.
All I wanted to say is that the difference between Obama and Trump, Obama was a politician.
All right,
right?
Stop. Can I speak now?
He was brother,
Can
hold
I
on.
speak
He was
now?
a yes man. He was a yes
That's
man
a lie.
already.
That's a lie.
Trump,
That's a lie. That's also a lie. Let me finish.
Trump wasn't a yes man. Trump didn't know nothing about policy, like politicians.
Okay,
like he just got in there and he did what he did.
Let
he was
me
stuck in his ways. He's an old ass man.
Can I say
He's stuck
something
in
now,
his
please?
ways, you know?
Can I say something, please? Let me finish.
I'm about to mute off, brother. Go ahead. Ask me a question.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you no question about politics because you don't understand geopolitics. You don't even understand national politics. You don't even understand what the country was experiencing when Obama took office. You don't understand the depression that America was going through. You don't understand the real estate crisis.
So you really think the president? So you really think the president determines what really goes on in the country?
To a degree, yeah. Like his power is limited, but he does have power.
Concrete Corey.
Can
I ask you a question, Concrete?
All right, can I ask y'all a question? What's the president title?
Commander in Chief.
Commander in Chief, yeah.
He is the
Concrete Corey. Let me ask you a question. When Obama came into the office, what was the condition of the American economy?
We was in a recession. He was getting a recession. He was inheriting a recession from the Bush administration. We had spent a lot of money over there in Afghanistan. I think they just found out like a few weeks ago, it was like how much was it? $1 billion a day? I don't know. It was a crazy number. It was a ridiculous number.
What was the housing crisis like?
Yeah, we had the 2008 housing crisis. That was a result of the economic.
But the president is the commander in chief. He's only really control of the military.
Nah, bro. It's way
This
way
no,
more than
you see what Wim don't
that.
understand. Him
He
don't
can pass
understand. So the
policy and
policies
shit.
that were put in place. I'm
He
not
can
saying
make
Obama was
veto
perfect, you know.
and he can veto shit himself. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's a lot more than that. Like his power is limited. Just like everybody has a certain amount of power, but nobody. You know what I mean? So and each person can be stopped at a particular point and blocked by another. That's why certain shit he put into play got shut down. You know what I'm saying? Like he wanted to shut shit down. Like I forgot what initiative he passed, but it went
No,
the federal government like no, block it.
wait. The affordable health care should have been far more than it was. Because people don't understand healthcare costs in this country. That healthcare can cause you to go bankrupt in this country. And he got a fight with that. That should have been fixed. The
Yeah,
healthcare situation.
we try to pull away the Obama plan without really a plan to put in place to
Yeah, but his
back
plan was
up.
even they didn't even allow him to go through fully with his plan. It is a mirror of what the plan actually should have been.
Of course, because you should take time. He put that shit in, and then when another regime comes in and the number one goal of that regime is to take that down. Shit, it's hard for it to reach fruition. I mean,
But people don't understand. So that is why, as concrete chorus, as you said, it is important that we get involved in the whole political system. That will put people
I
in
said that
place.
too.
That will put people.
I said send our kids to school
with the mission
and let them get into everything. Let them get into politics, police officing, the local politics, presidency, doctors, lawyers. Send our kids to school for that. There's 40 million of us. You know, like I just
Where the
said,
resources will come from?
50,000.
Where the resources will come from?
50,000.
Where the resources? Answer this question. Where the resources will come from?
We can do that about 10 times. I mean, we speak
so
like
10
ours.
people.
Where
All right.
the resources come from, right?
Let's say every black person give $50,000, right?
Right. So where the resources come from is us. So $50 for 1,000 of us.
All right, 50 times. Let's say every black person give $50. 50 times 40 million. Is how much that? We're looking at.
No, hold on.
No, because that's what
40 million of us. If there's 40 million of us in here, why are we sending 40 million people to school? That don't make sense. If it's 40 million
I was
black
not
people,
saying that. I did not say that.
Well, you just said. Okay, what'd you say? I don't want to.
I said,
man, I'm not.
I'm not
here
talking.
to argue,
Listen,
brother.
please,
I
I'm
am
not
here
arguing.
to make a
right,
point
let me talk then.
that
Let
we
me talk,
need
please.
to get together and like how we get together on Sarnetta and argue about who's black and who's Indian and who's white.
All right. So this is what I'm saying. If he's saying the $50 plan, that's 200 million. If you divide it by 50,000, that's like about 1,000 children going to school. Right? We as a people, it's policies we need. We shouldn't be paying for something that we're paying taxes for. Everybody pay taxes. Concrete Corey gone?
I don't know.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying, so. Why are we supposed to take money to our pocket and we're paying taxes?
Yeah, I feel you on that.
We don't need to take money to our pocket and we're paying taxes. People pay taxes. Everybody in here pay taxes. We pay just as much tax, if not more.
Yeah. That's I feel you on that. I ain't gonna tear down the government like you talking about, stupid. We got to
No,
work.
I'm not tearing down the government. I'm not tearing down the government. What I'm saying is, this is what I'm. There's no listen. Democracy is flawed. It's flawed, but it's the
Everything is
best
flawed,
system.
stupid.
But
Everything.
it's the best system that exists.
Because I try to make sense, I keep getting muted. Bad.
Ain't nobody mute you.
It's the best system. It is flawed, but it's the best system. It need work. It need work. It worked for some countries better than it worked for others. Hmm. Would you say it is working in Mexico?
Mexico don't have a democracy.
What they have? Of course, Mexico has a democracy.
You know, in democracy, nigga, killing the nigga.
What they have?
The cartel run Mexico.
They have
They just killed the mayor. The president the man just got sworn in and killed a nigga like the same day or the day after.
But it's a democracy.
Nah. They don't run this shit like we do over here. It's a different type of system over there. Their prison system is horrendous. Like they don't have the type of shit that we have.
Nicaragua have a democracy.
I don't know about Nicaragua.
No, we can't go down the line. You can go down the line. All the Central Group, all of the Americans, all the country in America, whatever North America, South America, Central America, are democracy. All of the countries in the Western Hemisphere
It looks different. It looks
are democracy.
a constitution, and it's a different type of dynamic going on there. I mean, the type of rights and the shit that is afforded us within the democracy is totally different.
No, but
looks in Mexico and other places.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that white people and white countries benefit from democracy better than any other country in the world.
What's that? Damn, we just got Martin Luther King just in the set. That ain't that long ago, stupid. We ain't even had 100 years of democracy under our belt. Like 50 years of this shit. Like, we need more time to play with this shit, stupid. God damn.
No, but what? White women, black women vote at 95%. 95% of black women vote in America.
Yeah, niggas need to follow
during presidential election.
Yeah,
and about 60% of black men or 40% of black men vote.
Actually, the rest of the Black Power paying everything. Ain't voting.
Excuse me, Phyllis. Are we going to get together and send our kids to school or not?
Yeah, that's the thing. Shit. I mean, like, I do that with my kids. I got 2 of them.
Mine, I got 2 of them. I'm already paying. You know what I'm saying? I'm already paying for 2 of them.
Yeah, I got to pay for somebody else.
Right. So
I think somebody owed me
so we get $1,000.
Yeah, like,
right. So so what I'm saying is, I understand we doing, like, my child, he's in college also, play football, all that. But if we get a child who's a valedictorian, you know what I mean, who is about what they're about, want to take up a good subject. You know, we tell them what the assignment is. This is what your scholarship is for. You know, we make our own scholarship. One child.
So we can do that. We could do that between, okay, so like you said, 1,000 people put up $50, right? So
right.
so we can do a little bit more than that for a student, right? So between Unbiased Channel and the Pseudo Killers, right? We probably got about 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers. I don't know how many. I know we got like 1,300 over there. It's not a lot. We're not a big channel. You know what I'm saying? But we got enough to do what you said with one person. So fine, like somebody organize it, put it together. We got the resources. All of our subscribers will be willing to give away $50. Like, that's nothing
that's all I'm trying to get at, brother. Like, $50, man. I go and eat, and I mean, and spend fucking 5 times that on a meal.
You're not giving away nothing. Dr. Umar tried to own that school for nearly 20 years now.
Yeah, but we ain't got time for Umar. We for real. Umar don't got a school. Like, we ain't got time for that.
Man, still trying to get an He's still talking about HVAC money. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking 4 years later.
We're trying to. So if this much of us in the Black Power community, right?
If the HVAC ain't already in the building, like, you probably better find a
different. So So check this out. So whoever going to participate, right? and this 1,000 people, like these colleges will take us serious, you know. If they know we coming with the money and we're gonna pay the money, they're gonna take your.
The college don't have to
They're
take
going to
you
take us serious. They're going to be like, oh, this a college fund, basically. Let's go holler at them. You
they
get
don't
what I'm
take
saying?
you serious.
Okay.
No, they don't take you
I
serious.
believe. I believe in Omar. I would like to give him an opportunity. I have
Hey,
seen.
brother. Hey,
Let
brother. I ain't gonna lie, brother.
me
Please
finish.
stop. Like,
Let
we're
me finish,
not doing that
please.
Umar shit, man.
Let me finish, please.
Hey,
Let me
hey,
finish.
Rob,
Don't tell me.
no, we can't walk over each other like on the mic because it's hard to hear. Like, you know
No,
what I'm saying?
I apologize. I apologize.
All right, let me
It's all
finish.
good. It's all good.
Let me say what I'm saying about Omar. If a white shooter shoot somebody and want defense tomorrow morning, the owner up a GoFundMe and he has more than 500,000 in it. Zimmerman got $400,000 in less than 2 weeks for his lawyer fund after he killed Trayvon Martin in GoFundMe. Umar has been trying to hold a school. And granted, we need the HVAC. We should really give Umar a try. Look, Concrete Corey laughing.
Yeah, yo, listen, I don't even follow the Umar thing, so I don't know the details on it, but like, we got to stop that. That's the shit we got to quit doing. Like, let's build a black school for black kids and a black kid. Like, cut the bullshit, bro. Why don't you do yourself a favor, right? And put some money in the local, in your community. You have a school that you live in that district, in the school district. Take your money and put it into that school. You know what I'm saying?
Laptops and shit.
Like the way my school is, like the school that I went to, and I realized that you know the way you pay taxes and those funds help fund the school, right? For your property taxes, right? So I moved closer, not to the same neighborhood that I grew up in, right? But I'm in the school district that I grew up in. So all my kids go to the same high school that I went to. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The thing is now, the thing about the high school now is more parents participate. More parents are in the at the PTA meetings. More people are homeowners in the community. It's a lot. It's a little bit different than when I went to the school or whatever. It wasn't a bad school when I went there, but now it's a little bit different. They've got people who went to the NBA that's been to my school. Most of the athletes go on to have a college career. You know what I'm saying? So it's turned out to be a good school. It's about what you invest in your community that you already got. You don't need to build a black school. A black school for who? Who go like? And where's it gonna be at? Gonna go there? You know what I'm saying?
And Brother Corey, can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm in to stop you. So we're going, Stoopies, my brother. We're going to push Umar. And I ask you a question: is Umar a blackologist?
Stoopies is clowning, man. Don't take Stoopies serious.
Oh, okay. Because I know he's a blackologist. Right now,
bro. Stop feeding into that.
Right.
You know you bullshit, man.
And so right now this whole conversation is about getting away from the blackology shit because it's holding us back. We will not
that nigga's anti-science,
entertain a blackologist and put a blackologist in the seat and give a blackologist our money to get our kids misinformation.
Yeah, well, he's part of the problem. He's the reason why a lot of people
is a part of the problem,
because
right?
We've accustomed because we got people like that who take advantage of folks.
Mm-hmm.
So when that real person do step up, we're like, nah, here go another Umar.
Right.
But who have stepped up in the last 20 years?
And you can't blame them.
Concrete. Who has stepped up in the last 20 years? Yeah, 10 years ago, no, I'm not lying. Let me suffer. So 8 years ago, I found Sarnetta, and I started watching Sarnetta. And in the beginning, I was watching Sarnetta. I said, "Oh, this dude have a conscious channel." And then when I really opened my eyes and start looking at the pills, the blue pills, the red pills, the yellow pill, the orange pill, the anti-vaxxers, it's within the last 2 years or 3 years. Uncle Garfield really stepped up and said, Senator, we have to call out some of the bullshit that you present to our people. Some of the bullshit that you present, where they want to be Jabari. I love the brother. He's educated, he's refined, he went to a good school, but he's pseudo as hell. He's no better than the pills. Is Jabari better than the pills?
A little better. I ain't gonna put them at pill. There got to be levels. We can't just have everybody on the same level.
It's levels to the pseudoism.
Yeah, it's levels.
It's level. What Jabari is doing, I don't necessarily have an issue with. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jabari has a shrine, and like he does some of the shit he does in public, but for the most part, like you have to be a part of the shrine, and like that's their private thing. So there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think they really pushing ideology on the community per se. Now, I haven't seen or heard Jabari in a while, so I'm not familiar with what he's been doing in the past, few years or whatever. But as far as what I've saw in the past, like they do, it's a private thing, and they don't push ideology on the community. So I'm not totally upset at that. You know what I'm saying? Like if he try to pass on some facts or something as scientific, and Jabari, to me, he's usually like in the realm of science.
He stays in line with science. Normally, he's not anti-vaxxer type thing.
Yeah. So
no,
that's why
I'm not saying that he's anti-vaxxer, concrete, but I'm saying that his belief system is pseudo. He is
He keep him pretty private though. That's what
private.
Pseudo, though. I mean,
Is he better than the ones who claim to be Indian, Chief Red Tail and Chief Blue Tail and all of those black people who
because Chief Blue Pill and Red Pill trying to tell you that if you drink the gold water, then it'll cure whatever ailment that you got. They push the Sabi. Yeah. They push the Sabi diet. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, they gonna kill
They do a lot of public shit.
They gonna kill people, Corey. What you talking about?
Can I say something?
And Bobby Hemmett.
My bad. So what was you saying though? So I couldn't hear you. What you say? So
and they gonna kill people. Like it go like one person's gonna kill people, the other person just wants you to be a damn shrine member.
Yeah.
All right.
A shrine ain't nothing more to me. Like I look at Jabari as like having
a Christian African
Mason type masonry.
No, a club like some type of book club or I don't want to put it in that term like book club. But some white people. Let me tell you,
like a fraternity, like a Greek fraternity type shit.
Right, but listen to this. Some white people they do things like dress up in medieval gear. Have you ever been to medieval times?
Yeah, they do.
So like
the Hebrew like do that same shit.
But it's just to appreciate the medieval culture and so I don't have a problem with Jabari appreciating like African culture or Egyptian culture or whatever.
Hey, I just want to know. Hey, I mean to cut you off, brother, but I want to know where did the Hebrew Israelites get the picture from? Like the spikes and shit. I mean,
that comes out of New York, man. They do a lot of weird shit in New York. I don't know.
like ain't no pictures in the Bible, so I wonder how they get you know what I mean? Like that shit crazy, man.
Yeah, but let's go back. When you look at it, right? Like when I started listening to Silent at first, I was saying, whoa. Like when I started on YouTube, The first person who caught me on YouTube was Tommy Sotomayor. That was like 10 years ago. I started listening to this dude because Kevin Samuel is a watered down version of Tommy Sotomayor. It's almost the same talking points Tommy had in the beginning.
Who
And
is again?
Kevin Samuels.
Okay, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, he's the next big one on YouTube now.
Okay.
But he's anti all kind of bullshit. But the black woman.
Right.
But you start watching YouTube and you realize that a lot of nuts, you know. Eh? A lot of nuts. Yeah, a lot of nuts in our community. And YouTube gave them a voice. Polite, when I heard Polite for the first time, Polite sounded brilliant. Until one day I see Polite trying to explain the Egyptian writing. What do you call it? The Meninetta. There's a video of him and Sanetta in front of a whiteboard with two figures. And he's going through like half an hour to tell you what these two figures are and the whatever I want to name. And I say that this dude deserve a shot with a shit gun. This dude is him just talk because it sound good.
Right.
And go ahead.
I didn't know. I thought you was done. Go ahead.
Yeah, but when you look at it and you start evaluating half of the people in our community, we realize that honestly, we're in trouble. Because we start Dr. Umar.
Yeah, that's a and I definitely agree with you, Stu Peas. But the thing is, that's not a black community problem. As we can see, that's a American problem, and it's turning into a global problem. The misinformation has ran rampant, and let me tell you why. Let me explain why and what I've seen, because I've been viewing this from both angles, from the white community. I actually got conscious through a white guy. I got conscious through Matt Dillahunty, and I told this story on the Pseudo Killers maybe 2 years ago, and then I did it again when we was all on Garfield. We went on Garfield, but I got conscious through Matt Dillahunty, right? Because I was already an atheist, probably 20 years ago. I've been an atheist, right? And so Matt Dillahunty, he hosts a show called The Atheist Experience. And that was like, YouTube was just like popping at that point. Like this was back in 05, you know what I'm saying? 06, like YouTube was just coming on the scene, somewhere in there, 05, 06, 07, somewhere in that little realm right there. And so Matt, the Atheist Experience was like the only thing that you could really get on YouTube as far as somebody talking daily about atheism. Now you could get like other videos, but somebody talking daily and giving you information and knocking down fallacies on a daily basis was the Atheist Experience. And so I kind of understood the misinformation already a little bit, because white people, they come from so many different angles. You can't even imagine all of the different conspiracy theories and false information that's in the white community. It's way crazier in the white community than it is in the black community or whatever. But I started to want to get new information. I wanted to understand, like, is black people atheists? Do black people believe in God and this, that, and the other? So I ended up running into some of Unc's videos, and what Unc used to do was he used to put Sanetta's videos on his channel. Unc used to be the only one that could do that without getting a strike. Now I don't think nobody's doing that no more, but Unc used to be the only one could do that, put Sanetta's videos up on his channel and not get a strike or whatever. So I kind of got through, and once I listened to it for about a year, because I was already scientific already. I was already into the cosmos. I was already reading Lawrence Krauss's book, Matt Dillahunty had put me on his book called Adams. He got a book that's called Adams, Lawrence Krauss. And then, you know, I was definitely into Neil deGrasse Tyson and the cosmos and all that. So when I get to the conscious community and I'm hearing like some of these things that sound good to me, but not lining up scientifically, then cognitive dissonance kicks in. You know what I'm saying? And the real problem, Stu Peas, is being able to discern information, and that's America. That's an American problem. That's not a Black community problem. You know,
That's a worldwide problem, as you put it.
It's
I
turning
stand
into a
corrected.
worldwide problem. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I stand corrected. Continue. You correct me, and
Yeah.
I notice that it's a worldwide problem. That's not an American problem.
Absolutely. And the thing is, this American shit is bleeding into the other countries. I listened to I'm subscribed to Lawrence Krauss's podcast. It's called the Origins Podcast. Everybody should subscribe to that. I recommend it. But he was having a discussion. He don't just talk about cosmos. He talk about politics and social issues too. He wrote a book called The Science of Climate Change. And a lot of his podcasts kind of segues from his book, you know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of social economic discussions in his book, or whatever. But he had a guy from Australia on there last week. And the guy from Australia was talking about how America got the world up in an uproar because, like, when George Floyd got killed, right? They was even marching in Australia, you know, for George Floyd. And it caused a dichotomy, you know what I mean? In the politics and in the social life, you know, you either on this side or you either on that side. And what he was saying was America influenced that. So the world is looking at America. The world is looking at us. Fitzroy told me the other day that they get their cues from us. So like when they over there in Europe, looking at this information, looking at us, looking at Sinetta TV, like they taking their cues from us over there. You know, America, Black America, white America influences the world. So like we got to do better. And the problem, Stu Peas, is we've been entertained in the bullshit. You know, people say, you know, like take a flat earther, for example. You know, people will say, well, you got to hear his argument. You can't just be so dismissive. You know what I'm saying? You got to have that conversation and this, that, and the other, right? And the thing is, when you have the conversation, right, somebody on the outside looking in is actually thinking like this guy has a valid argument because the argument is actually being made. You know what I'm saying? And maybe he ain't right on 100%, but he got to be right somewhere. You know, that's what somebody may think. Someone who don't discern information so well. So like, I think America got to get their shit together, and then the world, as far as that goes, would follow. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you. I understand totally, because even I believe that sometimes you have to use the Johnny Cochran argument. If the glove don't fit, you have to acquit. If him come with something pseudo, you have to throw away the whole argument. Whether it have validity or not, we just have to just decide to listen. The mere fact that you said that the earth is flat, you could almost have the cure for cancer. I don't trust you. I don't know where to start with you. If you can get up this morning and say the earth is flat, right? If you can get up and say we're Indians, if you can get up and say we're Jews, we need to say, listen, no, dude, no. But then the loudest voice in the room winning now. The loudest voice in the room winning. It's not about facts anymore. Because, all right, when you look at a channel like Ankh channel, Ankh or Ankh, I can't pronounce it. Jamaican pronounce it Ankh. We look at channel.
He changed his name. He banging Bobby now. Bobby, Baltimore Bobby.
Baltimore Bobby, aka otherwise formerly known as the artist formerly known as Unc. We need to get him
There you go.
a symbol. I get him. So the artist formerly known as Unc. When you look at his channel and you see he's coming with facts. He was on the vaccine long before. He's talking about certain things long before. And when you look, his channel is barely 20,000, barely 10,000. But somebody can sit down and talk bullshit all day. The same bullshit every day, all the time. And it's 100,000, 200,000 people subscribe.
Yeah, you know, and you remind me, and I just brought up the Origins podcast by Lawrence Krauss, right? He had his podcast going on for 10 years, right? And he just now reaching 100,000 subscribers, you know, just now, you know, and somebody else, you know, spewing bullshit, you know, like a QAnon follower or whatever, probably got, you know, 1 million subscribers and been having that 1 million subscribers for 5 years, you know, 8, you know what I'm saying? 10 years, you know what I mean? But the thing is, they know how to catch disinformation is, and it's like Unc always say, a well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. And one thing about misinformation, people who doing the misinformation, they got good productions. You ever notice that? Like, you ever watch a pseudo video on YouTube, right? The video is actually produced well. You know, it's got good graphics. It's got the music that kind of hones you in on the topic of what they talking about. It opens you up to thinking, and you know what I mean. The way they produce the whole thing, you know. So I think we got to get better. You know, as a whole, the scientific field have to get better at presenting shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
listen,
the scientists can't be boring no more. You know,
look at Neil deGrasse Tyson. Informative, funny, entertaining. But yet still, he doesn't have 1 million subscribers.
Right.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of the brightest black dudes that ever walked the planet.
Yep.
No doubt about it. One of the brightest black dudes who come from humble beginnings.
Yes.
Lived in New York. Went to high school in New York. The other day, he had an interview with one of his classmates who is a billionaire pharmaceutical developer. He had an interview with him. Good interview. People need to go watch Neil deGrasse Tyson. And
yeah, I seen it.
You see that interview? Good interview with the white dude. And they was talking about
just to go ahead and repeat, the white boy is making rats, right?
With human immune system.
Yeah, so what it will be now, they're gonna be able to test the shit. They won't even need human experiments no more. Shit, they'll just be able to do it on facts and know. I'm like, God. Go ahead, stupid.
Right. So you watched it, so you realize that. Listen, when you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you're watching this dude, and you say he should not be an outlier. This is the dude that we need to he should have the Cosby effect. Neil should have the Cosby effect. You know what the Cosby effect is? When Cosby came out with A Different World, it increased the registration in HBCU by almost 500%.
Wow. That's
A
crazy.
Different World.
Yeah.
Because black children never see themselves going to college, never see the black college experience. And he showed us that. Neil deGrasse Tyson showing that, listen, you don't have to be pseudo. But guess what? Nobody don't want to put in the work. Because that dude went to school for how much years? How much years he went to college for? Almost 10 years, 12 years?
12. I think you put in 12 years of schooling, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah,
Right.
10, 12.
10, 12 years at college. a tertiary education. But no, somebody no want to come and tell you that they make gold water. Is gold a solvent? Is gold aqueous? That means it dissolves in water.
No,
Basic school chemistry would tell you that gold cannot dissolve in water.
it's an element.
Right?
You can't break
Because,
elements.
what will happen is that if you even put gold in water and you shake it up and it look like it evenly dispersed, once you put it to settle, it's going to drop to the bottom.
Yep.
So there's no such thing as gold water. Gold don't dissolve in water. But these people telling you about gold water and people believe in it. People telling you about crystals and people believe in it. Is what no? Is gemstone like what Thanos have on the ring? Is that what we're going to know? As a people? And the bullshit? Silent to know second wife is girl who telling people that she can move paper with her mind. She had that one time going down. She can move objects with her mind. Is that the level of soul that we're going to as a people? It's not logical. It's not physical.
That's what the people want. You know, I always remind people, like, you know, don't confuse YouTube with the world. You know what I'm saying? Because like in my day-to-day life, I don't be seeing Hebrew Israelites and Moors and shit like that. Like I don't.
No, but all right, look at it. During the pandemic, most people didn't have anywhere to go. So they stayed home and they relied on YouTube to comfort them.
YouTube, Facebook.
And the bullshit was
making the news. Just made the news from Facebook. Number one news source.
YouTube is the number one news source.
Yeah, I put Facebook out there. I put Facebook out there first. More people peruse Facebook than they goddamn YouTube. Like when Sonetta go live, Sonetta got 1,000 views. Nigga, like millions of motherfuckers on that Facebook constantly. You know, so you can just tell how fast something gets retweeted. You know, shit goes viral.
Right, because television as it is now, because even my old mother now, she don't watch TV anymore. But guess what? She know about YouTube. Every now and then she forward me some foolishness about our church and this. Oh, this sermon was good. I can't tell her, I say, Mommy, the pastor taking your money, you know.
Nah, man, leave your mom alone. Just make sure you don't get beyond her mean. That's all you got to do. Yeah, that's that shit. That shit is some crazy shit, though. It's just crazy over there. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Like I said, I'm glad Unc stepped aside and put his thing, you know, put his movements and shit separate. You know what I mean? And start having different little different groups that talk about different things. You know what I mean? And then we can argue amongst ourselves about getting the shit right, but at least we trying to get the shit right. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like niggas just say some shit and go unchanneled. Like, no. We'll argue about this shit for a month. We gonna get this shit right. You know?
At first, the NOI had me, I am still baffled. I decided to leave that shit alone because that shit was driving me up the wall.
NOI is amazing.
When people was telling me about the mothership, and grown-ass men actually believe that there's a mothership with 1,500 bomber jets piloted by 1,500 black men. How much plumbers? How much cleaners? Who cleaning up the toilet?
About something that happened 72 trillion years ago.
72 trillion years ago.
You can't even fathom. Your mind is not even strong to even fathom 72 trillion years. And the goddamn Yakub. Come on, bro. It's amazing, bro. It's amazing.
Right. Listen, Bill Gates just bought something. Microsoft just bought something for $70 billion. I can't phantom $70 billion. $70 trillion is 70 trillion is almost 10,000 times more than 70 billion. We cannot phantom that number.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
I forgot.
1 trillion is 1,000 billions. So like, it just, just go from there. Like that's just crazy shit, man. You know what I mean?
70,000 billion.
Yeah,
1 trillion
that's a
is
lot.
1 trillion is 12 zeros.
Hmm?
12 zeros. People don't even understand what if you and I start counting now, we cannot count to 1 trillion in our lifetime. If we
Listen,
started
if you
counting from the
started
days we
counting,
were born,
I think it'll take a week to count to 1 million or something like that. It's
listen,
crazy.
It would take you about 31,000 years to count to 1 trillion. If you count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 31,000 years to count to 1 trillion. Think about that. That's 1 trillion. Now put 72 on that shit. Nigga. Like, can't even factor that shit.
You ever read the book by Carl Sagan? It's called Billions and Billions.
Nah.
I recommend that book, man. I recommend the audio, but buy the book too. But the book by Carl Sagan is called Billions and Billions, man. Oh my God. It's a wonderful book because it kind of talks about all those numbers and it kind of puts it into a perspective and it just lets you know, like you can't even fathom these numbers, man.
31,000 years to count. 31,000 human lives.
when somebody tell you that the guy Jeff Bezos is now worth $300 billion, people say 300 billion like is not. You can't phantom that, $300 billion for one man in the world. I'm not hating the money, but $300 billion?
Yeah, he can't even fathom that shit. It's just numbers on the screen. Numbers on the screen. If he was asked for his money right now, the government would be like, it's a goddamn Ponzi scheme. You try to take his money out. Shit. That shit computer did it on the screen.
If he was supposed to put his money in gold, it would take about 3,000 tractor trailer full of gold, if not more. People don't understand when they talk about numbers. So when the most honorable, because how I figure them out, no. Allah is the most honorable, is the most supreme. Then Elijah Muhammad is the most honorable, and then Farrakhan is honorable.
So that's how they do it?
Or something like that. One of them is honorable.
Yeah,
and the next one,
what comes after honorable? What comes
most honorable.
No, what comes okay, then Farrakhan honorable, then after Farrakhan, what's gonna be?
I don't know. But Farrakhan is honorable. Elijah Muhammad is most honorable. And then Fard Muhammad is the supreme, some fat like that. But when I start listening to these dudes, and I say the brainwash is strong, that you can tell a grown ass man that a bomber plane is in the sky, a wheel is in the sky that hides behind the stars.
Right, and they don't require no evidence at all. They don't ask for nothing. Just yep.
You said to him, say, the nearest star to our solar system, Alpha Centauri, is how many light years away? That means that the plane that was made here, the bomber plane or the wheel that was made here, possess a technology to zoom in an instant from here to behind Alpha Centauri and back. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, I gotta tell you, man, it's better. I gotta get up early as hell. So
Yeah. Peace out. Family, everybody watching
Concrete.
can go. Concrete. Concrete gonna sleep. Mm, mm, yeah, but
Yeah.
trust me. Who else is here? Mm, yeah, just
Peace to the
about
family,
it.
man. I'm gonna catch y'all next time.
All
Stupid.
right, later. Yeah. How you end this show? You can end it?
I think Umbar's gonna end it, but you know he'll get around to it
All right. Later, family.
later.